I probably have to ask Al or Piper or somebody, but by NHL standards, I'm told it's in the same category, top 5, top 3. The part that pisses me off is when I hear him say they need something new. This is a new building. Mm-hmm. This is a new building. Now, I guess we can define new, but it's 5 years old. That would be a new building. In most people, that's a new building. It opened 5 years ago. There is nothing except for 4 beams that support a roof that are left over from the Seattle Center Coliseum and Key Arena. That's it. I had a buddy of mine today. He heard the same thing and also thought it was probably the dumbest thing he'd heard in a long time. And he's friends with me, so he hears a lot of dumb things. But he said it's like saying you're going to take a house on a plot of land and demolish it and then rebuild on the same plot of land. Maybe you use part of the foundation, the cement foundation. That's not a remodel. That's a new house. Climate Pledge Arena is not remodeled. It's a brand new arena. Now, if he wants to talk about parking, sure, I guess we could do that. We could dance with the parking thing for a while. We could do that as well and say, oh, the parking here, parking there. You know what? We talked about this last week, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it was one of you two. We talked about this, that we've all figured out parking at Climate Pledge Arena.
Yeah, we did have that conversation.
Yeah, everyone's figured that out.
Yeah, and I think most people kind of had the response of, it's better than I thought it would be. Like, it's a lot easier than I thought it would be to get there.
Well, here's the funny thing with that, is that it's much like I would ask you this when people complain about it, because there are parking garages and places to park around Climate Pledge Arena. People do the Spot Saver thing all the time.
A Spot Hero, yeah.
Spot Hero, yeah.
I love it.
So they do that all the time. Well, Climate Pledge holds 17,000 people. T-Mobile holds 45, and Lumen Field holds 63-ish. The parking for those two places is no better, but we found a way. We've found a way.
Well, and also the location.
Yeah, so don't tell me about parking because you don't park because you're a media guy anyway. But, God, I heard that today, and it just sent me sideways. Now, here's the thing. The only thing that I would put any ounce of, I don't want to say credibility to, but any ounce of truth or concern would be if this guy, know-it-all Mark J. Spears from ESPN, if this guy thinks that, are there NBA owners and others around the league that actually matter, not Mark J. Spears, but actually matter, i.e., needing 23 votes to vote for expansion? Are there those that matter that would say, hey, we've got a building problem in Seattle that need to be educated on that? I also don't believe, let me say this, I don't believe that NBA owners sitting in a Board of Governors meeting a week ago, today, making that vote with Adam Silver and others, I don't believe that they just blindly sat around a big boardroom table and were told Seattle wants to bring the NBA back without being informed on what the arena situation is. I think that would be really naive on my part. So I put very little stock in the fact that NBA owners would think the same thing as Mark J. Spears. But when we're working in a world of public perception and guys like James Dolan or Bill Simmons don't want to see expansion and they all have a voice, then if you're Sam Holloway and you're the Kraken, you better be doing everything you can to educate and to get your information out. Because if the perception is out there that it's just a renovated building, which it still is, you know, and Mark did a good job of pushing back, but even Mark, I know we talked about this on Crosstalk, so I'm not talking out of turn. I mentioned to Mark doesn't know. He didn't have Key Arena. He never walked into Key Arena.
Right.
So he didn't know if but for those who have walked inside Key Arena, and Mark did push back nicely on it.
Yes, he did.
Mark. They both have a C at the end.
I know, Mark on Mark.
Yeah. Mark J is the knucklehead. MJ is just, he's our knucklehead.
Mark Spears is the knucklehead.
Yeah.
Mark J. Spears, the knucklehead. Our MJ, Mark with a C, he's our knucklehead, but that's our problem, okay?
Yeah.
He's an us problem.
Yes.
He's not an everyone problem.
Yeah.
No, but Mark did a good job. But if you hadn't been in Key Arena before, I get it. I get it. And Mark J. Spears had covered games here, and he probably went to Key Arena and thought what we all thought. It's a bad, awful, brutal, underperforming, stupid, cheap way to go building. And that's why we lost the Sonics, among other reasons. It's one of the many reasons. But yeah, this thing today, like, my goodness, fella. We do the dumbest thing you're going to hear every now and then. Anders loves playing that thing. This is a Hall of Famer. This is a Hall of Famer.
We need to rank them.
I was just gonna say that.
Yes.
That's a good thing. That sounds like a July show.
Yeah, it does.
but this is a Hall of Famer. This is a Hall of Famer in terms of moronic statements. How do you have a job as a national writer at ESPN? We need a new building. Ooh. No.
Without ever having been in the new arena.
Yeah. Well, I knew as soon as he talked about the one scoreboard.
Yeah,
there's
right.
two. The Twins. We call them the Twins.
Yeah.
And anybody who went there last year, anybody's been there for one of the Gonzaga's had sellout games the last 4 years there. Seattle U plays. They keep the upper bowl closed, but Seattle U will play there. But the tournament here last year was unbelievable.
So good.
It was. You and I think we're doing it together,
we were
right?
both there. Yes.
It was spectacular.
Awesome.
Like, I think it's an incredible hockey arena. Basketball was just as good. And I'll give you an example. I've said this before. I get to a break, I know. Moda Center in Portland, in many ways, the way it was designed is a better arena for hockey than it is for basketball. Climate Pledge is great for both. Let's talk NFL draft. Our guy, Greg Cosell, next.
When it comes to the NFL, Mike Florio reports the facts, reads the tea leaves, and stirs the pot. Don't miss Softy and Dick with Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk today at 3:10. Brought to you by Simply Seattle on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
This report is sponsored by Credit Karma.
Emergency crews in Seattle are blocking northbound Aurora Avenue, Highway 99 at 80th Street. That's causing a slowdown from 72nd. A crash in Bellevue, westbound 90 just before 405 was taken up.
#1 Toyota.
Queen Anne Beer Hall, $5 smash burgers every day. And by the way, the Queen Anne Beer Hall brings you our good friend, Greg Cosell, every Wednesday leading into the NFL draft. Hello, sir. How are you?
Ian, what's happening?
We got a lot going on in Seattle today, buddy. Like, we're talking NBA, but I want to talk NFL with you. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. We're going to preview wide receivers in a second. And I mentioned this to Greg this morning when I was emailing him. I said, he goes, let's talk receivers. And I go, I was thinking there's probably zero chance they're going to take a wide receiver. They just signed JSN to a contract. They got all this money wrapped up. And then I said to myself, Greg, I'm trying to get into the head of John Schneider and predict what he's going to do on a draft weekend. And I don't know, Greg, that just doesn't seem like a good call on my part, because the second we say they're never going to take a wide receiver, they take a wide receiver, or Cooper Kupp retires, or whatever ends up happening. Before I get into this year's receiver class, let me go down this road with you for a second. Greg Cosell, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba just became, at least for today, the highest paid receiver in the National Football League. What is it about Jackson, Smith, and Jigba that you've seen over the last few years that translates so well to the NFL?
You mean beside the fact that he's good?
Well, here's
come on,
the thing.
that was. I mean, come on, that was.
I know. Well, listen. Here's the thing.
There was a little silence there. That was a little, disheartening there, Ian. Come on.
My analysis could tell you that Jackson Smith and Jigba is really good.
It's funny. I remember watching him coming out of Ohio State. Of course, he didn't play his last year. I think he got hurt and only played, a very small number of snaps.
Right.
But the one thing that really stood out at Ohio State, and of course it translates very, very well to the league, is just outstanding route quickness and separation quickness. Mm-hmm. And one of the things, any wide receiver coach that you talk to will tell you that the separation quickness is critical. And, there's very few of the athletic testing measurables at the combine that really mean a lot when you talk about translating them to the league, and actually playing football on Sundays. And one of the things that really stood out, two things: his short shuttle time, which is the 20-yard shuttle, was 3.93. And I know for people listening, that might not mean a lot, but it is unbelievable. To be under 4 in the 20-yard shuttle is just incredible quickness and the ability to change direction. And he can do that exceptionally well. The other thing that I think he does really, really well, given how many in-breaking routes they run, is I think he works through traffic extremely well. And when I say that, I don't mean he, has to knock people down, or he just has a great feel for understanding how to avoid traffic and stay on his route path without any disruption at all, and therefore it doesn't disrupt the timing of the pass game and the throw to him. But it's just, to me, it's the separation quickness and the route quickness that really, really stand out. And, the thing about players like that is, and don't forget, he's bigger than people might think. He's almost 6'1". I think when you think of Smith and Jigba, you think, oh, short, quick guy. He's almost 6'1", Ian, and that's, he's not a little guy. And because he understands route running so well, he is a vertical player, even though he's not a 4-3-5 guy. He can win vertically because he knows how to attack corners, how to attack their leverage, how to attack their blind spots. And blind spot means that you get a corner turned, and therefore when he turns, his eyes can't see everything. So you're getting him turned, and he's blind in certain areas, and then you can attack and break opposite. He's really, really good at that. So it's the details and the nuances of the position he really has mastered.
It is Greg Cosell joining us as we get ready for the NFL draft, talking all things NFL draft with Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Again, big thanks to our friends at the Hall. Make Occidental Hall your first stop and your last stop. It's your Mariners pre- and post-game headquarters. Game day starts at the Hall, and after every home game, celebrate with $5 smash burgers plus happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 6. Occidental Hall, this is how you do game day. All right, Greg, when you just last thing on JSN, Seattle, and we'll get into the receivers. It feels like JSN's a versatile receiver in terms of he can play at different spots. He can play in the slot, He can play in X, he can play in Y, all those different things. Is that the case? Because I think when you're building a receiver group, and I just remember, I think they've got $80 million invested in receivers to the Seahawks right now. It does feel like they have different guys, like in different skill sets. because JSN is different than Cooper Kupp, is different than Rashid Shaheed, is different than Torrey Horton, and Jake Bobo, who just got re-signed as well. When you look at that group, is it safe to say that, yeah, they all have different skill sets and it works out well?
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about this. JSN was predominantly a slot receiver 2 years ago, and then this year, more than 80% of his snaps he lined up outside. And you go back to his college days. I mean, his last full season in college in 2021, he was almost exclusively a slot receiver. So a lot of people thought that, hey, when he transitions to the league, he's a slot receiver. The same thing happened, by the way, with Justin Jefferson. But Smith and Jigba has proven, as he did a year ago, and obviously John Schneider and staff truly believed that he could line up outside or they wouldn't have signed Cooper Kupp. And he showed that he could do that with no problem whatsoever. So you're dealing with a very versatile player who theoretically can line up anywhere you put him and be a really effective player. Normally, guys at receiver who really master the position in terms of the nuances of route running and the details of it can pretty much line up anywhere.
Greg Cosell joining us, brought to you by the Hall Group. All right, Greg, let's get to the class itself. Shockingly, near the top of the list, depending on how we look at rankings, but one of the top guys is also from, wait for it, Ohio State, Carnell Tate. This program just produces NFL wide receivers.
Yeah. Well, I think what's important to say is this is not a phenomenal class in terms of you don't have a Jamar Chase type player. There's not that guy, but you're going to have a lot of receivers in this class. It's a very deep receiving class, and there's no question 3 or 4 will be taken in the first round, maybe more. And depending on team and scheme and how they're deployed at the NFL level, some of these guys will end up being volume targets in the league. But in terms of just analyzing their traits, no one is at the level, of the Jamar Chase, who was, I believe, the 6th pick in the draft, and his college tape was just ridiculous. Carnell Tate's a fascinating guy to me. I'm sure a lot of people are aware by now that he did not run well at the combine. He ran a 4.53. He was a vertical player this past year at Ohio State. Caught a lot of long passes for touchdowns. So one of the questions I had watching him, and even before I knew what his 40 time was, because I did Carnell Tate well before the combine. I thought he looked quicker and faster in 2025 than he did in 2024, because I did him in detail last summer based on his 2024 tape. And he's over 6'2", so he's long and he has stride length. And that's one of the things I've had to learn over the years, that stride length can lead to being a vertical player. But that's just a question I had. Can he be a vertical player at the NFL level? I think he's more of a deceptive strider. I think he's kind of a straight line strider, Ian. And when I say that, I think he's at his best running, routes that require straight line striding, like slants, goes, posts, overs, crossers. They are what we call rollover speed cut type routes. He's not a sink your hips guy. He's not that kind of guy. He doesn't, like, for instance, he's nowhere near as loose hipped as JSN, who's incredibly loose hipped. Tate's not that guy. He's taller and he's more of I don't want to call him stiff, but he's not loose like that. So therefore, it's more straight line in the kind of routes that he's really good at.
Greg Cosell joining us, NFL Films, talking all things NFL Draft coming up here in a few weeks' time. Brought to you by the Hall Group. Don't forget, pre- and post-game, Occidental Hall, before every baseball game, after every baseball game, $5 smash burgers. And same thing here at the Queen Anne Beer Hall as well after Kraken games. Malachi Lemon, USC. Watched him play a lot, 5'11", 195. Looks like a dynamic player. What does he look like on tape?
Yeah, Malachi Lemon is going to be, so many of these receivers, just so you know, are going to be in the eye of the beholder and team and scheme. Lemon is very similar. Lemon is not big. He's 5'11". He's 192. He didn't run at the combine. I guess the pro day stuff, I'm never sure how to deal with when you see the times. They jump all over the place. I like the player. I think, he showed a natural feel for attacking the leverage of corners, the blind spots that we spoke about. I thought he has really good short area quickness and burst in and out of his breaks. He's got really good hands. I'm sure there are some who might think he's like JSN. I didn't see him quite at that level when I did him. He's not. JSN's great run after catch. Lemon is not. When I finished watching Lemon, I kind of thought of that he was in the middle between, let's say, an Amon-Ra St. Brown and a Khalil Shakir, who I, by the way, really like coming out of Boise State. And to me, they're similar. So, like I said, Lemon, I think he could be a volume receiver depending on scheme and his deployment within the scheme. But he's another one of those guys. He'll be in the eye of the beholder. Now, he'll probably be a first-round pick. Like I said, there's going to be 3, 4, 5 of them taken in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing that jumps out at me, too, along the way. Greg Cosell joining us is that one thing that I'm just thinking now out loud is the fact that the Seahawks did sign JSN to that contract. Finding that guy isn't that easy. I mean, there's a lot of guys that look good on tape. Like you said, Malachi Lemon doesn't have the same, after-the-catch ability that JSN does. Let's talk about Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, 6'2", about 200 pounds.
Yeah, he's a guy that, it'll be interesting to see where he gets drafted because he's fighting the injury bug. And I guess he didn't work out at his pro day because I guess he had a hamstring flare up. So that's the deal with him. He's going to fight that. What I really liked about him, and I thought where he was most effective was he was calculatingly efficient, winning off the ball versus press and creating space and separation for himself, and then attacking the leverage of corners with his vertical stem. See, that's so critical because you have to attack corners and then be able to win at the top of your route stem. And so you have to understand how corners play you and attack their technique. Again, another guy that to me, I don't think of him as sort of that boundary X, that single receiver to the short side of the field. To me, I think I see him as more of a movement X, a slot type receiver. You can deploy him with pre-snap movement. Not a strong run after catch element to his game, but a solid route runner, pretty good size. Again, another guy that I think in the right offense, I think of someone like Rashee Rice, and obviously he's been injured and has other issues. But when Rashee Rice is healthy, he was a volume target in the Chiefs offense. And he's not a guy that, is going to vertically run by people, just really solid, good receivers that can catch a lot of balls.
Couple more moments here with our good friend Greg Cosell, NFL Films, brought to you by the Hall Group. Let's get to the local guy, Denzel Boston, 6'4", 210, coming out of Washington. What do you see from Denzel Boston?
Yeah, I like Denzel Boston. It's funny. Going back a few years, every time now we see a taller guy that is built like that, everybody says, well, he's Drake London. They said the same thing about Datoria McMillan last year, who I'm sure you were very familiar with, and I really liked McMillan. I thought he was more than Drake London. Drake London's turned out a great example of what we're talking about. High volume receiver in the NFL, but he works inside. He's not really an outside receiver. Whereas I thought Ted McMillan could play outside, and he did. He was their boundary X in Carolina. I think Boston is closer to McMillan. I think, he's smooth, not really explosive, but he's a big frame guy. I think you can move him around, but he can play that boundary X. There's a physical dimension to his game. He's got outstanding hands to snatch the ball and make tough contested catches in all areas of the field. I like him. I mean, I thought he could separate at the top of his route stem. And while he has stride length, I wouldn't say he's got, true vertical speed. But again, the stride length guys, sometimes they confuse me a little because sometimes they come in the league and because of that stride length, they end up being vertical, even though they don't really have that true build-up speed.
A couple more guys here. It's Greg Cosell. Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M, 5'11", 200 pounds.
Now, he is a guy that I really liked on tape, and I think he really fits the NFL exceptionally well. He's a 3-level player, and I think you can line him up anywhere. The guy he reminded me of, and I know it's East Coast, so maybe fans in Seattle, don't immediately think of this player, but he reminded me very much of Zay Flowers coming out of Boston College, and obviously Flowers has done very well in the NFL. I think he's a guy that I would absolutely describe, unlike the others, as sudden and twitchy. He's got both short area explosiveness. He's got accelerating vertical speed. He can be a factor at all 3 levels of the defense and really good in the wide receiver screen game, which, as we all know, is becoming more and more prevalent in the league. So Casey Concepcion was a player that I really, really liked on tape.
I want to ask you about this guy because I think he'll go a little bit later, and who knows what Seattle might do. But I was really intrigued because there'd be times you'd watch Indiana and say, wow, Omar Cooper Jr. is special, and there's times when Omar Cooper Jr. you wouldn't notice him, right? So there's kind of back and forth. Tell me about Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, the national house now. Greg, the national champion, Indiana Hoosiers of all things.
Yeah. They had an interesting offense, Ian, because it was very RPO based. Again, you didn't really see Cooper work a lot against man coverage. Now, very often you don't see a lot of wide receivers in college work against man coverage because not a lot of teams play a lot of man. It's almost a surprise when you see a college team like Georgia, for instance, plays a lot of man coverage with Kirby Smart. But most college teams don't play a ton of man coverage. So often you don't see receivers work against man. Now, I'm not suggesting Omar Cooper can't do it. It's just not something you saw. So to me, his route refinement is a bit of an unknown since you didn't see a lot of that. But there's no question, that this guy has natural quickness to him. He's a very fluid athlete. He was very good in that seamless transition from receiver to run after catch. He's got that easy acceleration to him. There's a lot to like about Cooper. There's just certain things you're not sure of. Again, I think he's a guy that you want to put in motion, that you want to get him free access off the ball. You want to move him around your formation. But I think a good prospect.
All right. Hey, Greg, next week, we'll check in with maybe edge rushers or something. We'll get to it. Like I said,
sure. I'm just grinding away. The thing about receivers to me, there's always so many in. 35 or so get drafted every year. It's probably the highest, the position with the most players drafted every single year. And there's always going to be guys. We could do receivers, for 3 weeks and we wouldn't get to all the guys that are going to be drafted. And that probably will play in the league and be a factor.
And I was going to say, the problem, too, is maybe not be a position the Seahawks take this year, although we'll wait and see. Like I said, I'm not going to try to guess what John Schneider's going to do. That would just be foolish on my part. Greg, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We will check in next week, my friend.
All right, thanks, Ian. Really appreciate it.
That is our good friend, yes, indeed, Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Again, hey, head into the game, down a little baseball game. Make Occidental Hall your first stop and your last stop at your Mariners pre- and post-game headquarters. Game day starts at the Hall, and after every home game, celebrate with $5 smash burgers plus happy hour, Monday through Friday from 4 to 6. Occidental Hall, this is how you do game day. More to come on 93.3 KJR FM.
Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
On your home for the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, winning us. The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
Daily Power Play, your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Kraken last night losing in Edmonton 3-0. Shutout, much like our baseball team was yesterday as well.
Yikes.
Anyway, yeah, not good. Not good. The scuffles continue, but the 6-game trip is over.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. 4 points out of a possible 12 on that 6-game trip.
Not
it was no, not good.
Not what you want.
They just got to get going, man.
You're still only 2 points back of that last spot, but there's 4 teams in front of you.
It's just a night. It's just a log jam. Yeah, it's crazy. And now you're scoreboard watching, in a sense. Seattle is in. You could make an argument they could pull even in terms of points with Nashville's played one more game than Seattle.
Sure.
LA's will play one more game. They play St. Louis tonight, but St. Louis is there. St. Louis is 2 points behind Seattle. They win tonight, which you kind of want as a Seattle Kraken fan.
And look who's there, Winnipeg.
And Winnipeg is right there as well. They won 2 in a row. They got a win last night in Chicago. It's a hell of a race down the stretch. The problem is Seattle had an opportunity because they went into the Olympic break with a 5-point cushion, and obviously that's long gone. Long gone.
Yes.
So, yeah, scoreboard watching, just 3 games tonight in the National Hockey League. Blues and Kings, the one we're going to keep an eye on for sure. Ducks and Sharks as well. We want the Ducks to win that game.
Yes.
Canucks and Avalanche, we don't care.
No.
That'll be just an absolute... What's the line on that
Cale
game?
Makar isn't playing, though. He's out for a bit.
Yeah, I know, but...
Just resting him.
Vancouver's number 32 in the league.
Yes.
And it ain't close.
Not close. They're really the only tire fire. Calgary, too. But
yeah, I'm just looking at some odds. I didn't know the NHL... I usually look at a different website for the NHL.
Right.
Their main website, not their media site that we look at. Their main site actually has odds.
They have puck lines?
Yeah, plus 360 for the Canucks. Well, it's a waste of money, but sure. I want to see what the line is. It's probably... It's got to be minus. Usually it's minus 1.5 in the NHL.
It's always minus 1.5.
Got to be.
It's got to be plus like 2.5.
It has to be. Yeah, this has to be. Anyway, keep an eye on that. Power play is failing them miserably right now. I think 1 for their last 15, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, not good.
They got decent goaltending again.
God, yeah, Phil was good, man.
Grubauer's been playing great.
Phil was good last night.
You're wasting his starts at this point.
You're wasting... Here's the thing. Seattle's goaltending, if you just kind of look at tandems around the league.
It's one of the best in the league.
And I don't need to look at numbers. Allison, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I don't need to look at numbers. I know that Joey and Phil give you a chance every night.
Every night.
Then last night, Seattle made Connor Ingram look like a Vezina Trophy winner. Lane's going to snap, I swear, man.
Oh, God.
I'm just so ready for it to happen. He's just going to snap.
What's the big problem then, Ian?
Can't score. Can't finish.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Can't finish. Just can't finish. Got to finish. And I'm not talking about the Finn players. You got to finish, score goals.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with the baseball team? See, you can't win games 0-0.
No, you cannot.
In now soccer, you can get a point for zeros, but in hockey, baseball, other sports, you have to score.
Yes.
They just don't have guys that can score. It's just that simple. They play hard. Lane's got them playing hard.
They're good defensively, good
They
goaltending.
create chances.
Yeah.
They create chances.
Just can't score.
Can't score. And then they have, like, Eberle had one in the high slot last night. You see that?
Yeah.
Missed the net by 3 feet. Like, dude, really?
Well, and I think we've talked about this before. When they were at their peak, the Kraken, and in that spot, and challenging for one of the Pacific Division spots, their power play was humming. So they were finding ways. They're not going to dominate 5-on-5 very much, but their power. If you can find ways to score on the power play and then limit on the penalty kill as much as you can, you're going to win some games.
You are. All right, that's your daily power play. We've got a couple more minutes here. I'll set a couple things up here. That's your daily power play brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, just off I-90 there in Issaquah. So here's the deal. This is a big day for us.
Oh.
Big day for us here. They call it a soft launch. A soft launch today. We have a soft launch going.
Yep.
I think that just means that we just did it. Like it really was not like there's nothing soft about it. We just did it.
Yeah.
So 93.3 KJR FM has jumped into the year 2022. Am I right?
Yeah, I was waiting for the 2026, but you're not wrong.
Right?
Yeah.
We have jumped into the year 2022, and we are now on a video stream courtesy of YouTube, which I'm told is a website that has video on it.
Really? You don't say.
I'm being told that. Wait. Yes. Wait, can I get confirmation? Is it a new building? No, Mark, it's not. And again, that's Mark with a C, not our Mark with a C. That's the other Mark with a
Mark
C.
Spears.
Mark J. Anyway, yeah, we are now on YouTube. So if you want to watch the shows,
watch the shenanigans that unfold here.
I just encourage you not to. But if you want to, feel free to. YouTube, and we put links out on the social media channels, right?
But you can just search 93.3 KJR on YouTube, and it'll be one of the first pages that come up. So.
It is so big right now. I mean, I can't even tell you how big this is. I just glanced down there. There are 19 people watching.
Hey, you know?
That is enormous.
That's 19 more than would be listening on the radio.
Well, you know what? Good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Do we get credit for this?
Yes.
Because we're judged on things like this.
Yes.
I'm a little worried about it. Oh, 21 now.
There
we have 21.
Let's
go,
baby.
Can we get to 30? 21, 21, 30, 30. Here we go. 30, 21. Anyway, yeah, so it's cool. All joking aside, I flipped it on today, watched Ashley and Chuck, and they did, it's
much better looking people than us.
Well, Ashley is.
Yeah.
For sure, Ashley is. Jess left, by the way. She got sick again.
Excellent.
Yeah. Are you pretty happy about that? Hanging out with her today?
Yeah. It was good to see her, but yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly when she left. I think it might have just because somebody put this on the YouTube thing. It looks like you got 300 dB shot in your head. Yes, it was. So when they did all these things, there will be some comical moments for people to watch.
100% there will be.
And earlier when Jess was on the headset, right when they were trying to figure out the YouTube, they've done all these weird things to our board, and so to speak,
everything,
right?
Yeah.
Everything. We had a great engineer, Jeff White. We like Jeff.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
We don't like the other guys because the guys that came in nationally, I don't like those guys because they screwed up. Jeff comes in and fixes things.
Yes.
He's an ace. We love Jeff. But somewhere along the way, they did something where when we have a headset on, they tweaked it. And we have a thing called talkback. And Anders hits a talkback and says something.
Where I could talk to you off the air.
Yes. And you did it to me earlier, but we weren't on yet.
Yeah.
And it blew my headset like I fell back, right? Like it was bad.
Yeah.
Then Jess comes in, puts the headset on. We go to the first break, and you do that. And people did see that on YouTube, apparently. And there are some chuckling out over the fact that Jess's ears got blown up. But
maybe that's why she's sick.
I wonder if Softy's listening. I'll turn it up later, so then that'll happen to him. I can't wait. No,
he probably won't notice a difference. He's deaf anyway.
Yeah, he kind of. Actually, I don't want to do that because Moger's producing today, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want him to yell at Moger.
No,
Travis is a nice guy. So anyway, you guys can check out our YouTube channel. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's just youtube.com/93.3 KJR. I think
and
is
it's
what
another
it is.
way to interact with us too. If you want to, you can comment in
and
there.
Actually, I was going to say that. I do want to mention that because we do text. Our text line on this particular show is massive.
Yes.
But if you want to chime in on the chat, we'll read those every day too.
Absolutely.
In fact, Dan says I'm probably the only Canadian watching. You might be, Dan. What do you think, Dan? Hey, how about
the only Canadian who knows who YouTube is?
Hey, how about the Jets? Hey, like what the hell's going on there? I'm still wondering about Toronto. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. Corbin Smith next.
With Windermere Real Estate, helping home buyers and home sellers in Western Washington. Whether you're buying or selling, contact Jim at 206-769-5466 or at jim@soldbygym.com. Now with Corbin Smith, here's Ian.
Yes, indeed, from Emerald City Spectrum. I don't want a week to go by without talking to this guy. And last week it did, I think. So he's back. Corbin Smith, Emerald City Spectrum. Are you subscribing to Emerald City Spectrum, people? Are we doing that? Yes?
I know I am.
I got to check my subscription. I went to log in today. I wonder if it ran out. Corbin, did my subscription run out, do you think? I thought I got it less than a year ago. I bought a year. What the hell's going on here, buddy?
I shouldn't have.
All right. I'll double check. It might just be my computer.
When is the anniversary of Emerald City Spectrum, Corbin?
Oh, great question. Great question. Great question.
We hit the year mark in mid-February.
Nice.
So we are in year 2.
I've told you this before in all seriousness. So I think it's just awesome. I think what you do is just great. And you've got a lot of guys writing locally. It's just awesome. And good for you, man. Good for you. And congratulations. And I hope you got many more years to come. I know you've had some pretty good success lately, right? Some new subscribers and so forth.
Yeah. This past month and a half's been really good. And I tell you what, we've got some, I've been doing this for a while now in terms of writing, covering the Seahawks. Man, we got some guys on our staff now that are giving me a run for my money in terms of quality content covering other teams in the area.
Yeah, Well, Nick Lee does a good job too with the Seahawks, helping you out, and the other guys too. So keep it up, buddy. Keep it up. Emerald City Spectrum. There's a bunch of stuff I want to get to with you today. I want to get to Hard Knocks in a second, but I do want to start with this because I know you were kind of tweeting about it today, and I mentioned this earlier to MJ. MJ didn't even know about this when I mentioned it to him earlier today. So we're going to have our buddy Steve Palazzolo on, start doing some pre-draft stuff with him tomorrow, and we will have him on again this year, leading up to the draft and right after the draft. Steve, we first met when he was working for PFF, Pro Football Focus, years ago, and Steve's a good dude. Love him. I love having him on. He and Sam Monson is co-host on with the 33rd Team in their podcast now that they do. They left PFF, and for people that we reference PFF on this show all the time, Hugh does all the time, others, Softy, we all reference PFF, the grading and everything else. Corbin, the fact that they're basically going away, what does that mean for both fans, media, and even teams?
I don't know necessarily that this is just from some conversations I've had this morning with a few people that are in the know. I don't know that they're going away necessarily, but if you were going to their website to read content that is pertaining to the data that they have, well, you're not going to get that anymore. They just sent everybody packing. And so to me, that's a huge loss because what you want to talk about a talent drain in terms of the amount of talented individuals that were just laid off as part of this ordeal. They're still going to have the grades. They're still going to have their data, is my understanding. I don't know that is going to be a smart move on their part, abandoning a lot of the people that took that content or data and turned it into content that, your casual football fans are going to be more understanding of rather than just selling numbers. And that's basically what it sounds like they are going to be doing now at this juncture. So I don't know that it impacts teams. They're still going to be able to get their data. But I think this is a huge loss for fans in terms of not being able to have that data applied to content that makes it easier to understand and apply to what's going on in the field.
I go back to talking about your gig with Emerald City Spectrum. It's a hard world out there, man. Like it's all, I mean, you know better than anybody. And there's too many good people on the street right now. And then there's others that shouldn't be working that spew out misinformation, but that was our earlier hour. We'll move on from that. Corbin Smith joining us. Anders, what did you tell me earlier, Bill, about PFF? I want to get Corbin's thoughts on that. They kind of transitioned more to fantasy and betting, right?
Yes, a couple years ago, I watched that or listened to that podcast with Sam Monson, Steve Palazzolo, and Mike Renner, who were kind of on the earlier side of things. They all had left in the last couple years, and they talked about kind of the downfall, so to speak, of it, and exactly what Corbin is talking about. Like they still have the data points and everything, and you can still look at grades and everything, but all the people that made content surrounding that data are the people that they moved on from, and those are the people like Steve, Sam, and Mike. And they talked about kind of the direction that the company was going more going into the making an app, going into, sports betting and fantasy is kind of the direction they went versus making good quality content surrounding the analytical side of both college and NFL football, which I think is a massive disappointment, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know, Corbin. I think that's a bad call. I mean, there's enough places to get fantasy football stuff out there, right?
Guys, I have a unique perspective on this because I have seen the other side of this coin where you have people at the top that are making decisions that just don't make any dang sense. And this is where we're at now. Like, everybody is shifting towards, well, we need to have stuff with betting, or we need to have stuff with fantasy football. Like, what happened to the need for, our readers, I know this Emerald City Spectrum, like, our readers want that stuff that comes from the facility. They want actual football content.
Yes.
I know this from just, messing with some betting related stuff, mixing it in with, my podcast. Yeah, there's going to be a small audience that's interested, but like, people want football content. And so I don't know where this rationale is coming from all of these people. It just does not make a lick of sense. But you know what? I don't have to worry about that now because I make decisions for myself, and we're going to keep having football on our website.
EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. Make sure you go subscribe. In fact, I just found out through Emerald City Spectrum, by the way, that Nicky Mule's out for the year for the Storm, which is brutal news. Like, brutal news. 2 years in a row, she has an ACL injury. The first year they can make some money. That makes you sick to your stomach. But you guys cover all the teams, and you can find that out Emerald City Spectrum. Okay, the hot topic for us here in Seattle that came out of the owners' meetings and so forth, and the coaches and everything, is the fact that the Seahawks, for the first time ever, are going to be on Hard Knocks. I brought this up yesterday, Corbin. I know this is something this is something they've pushed back on for a long time, but now they're going to do it coming off a Super Bowl win. They're going to be doing the Hard Knocks this season. They announced the Patriots for 2027. What do you think it's going to be like with Hard Knocks rolling in? What do you think the Seahawks are going to be like?
I don't want to get fans that are going to be watching from the outside, I don't want to get them bummed out necessarily, but like, I just have a feeling this might be kind of a boring season of Hard Knocks. Like, maybe you're going to get to see a side of John Schneider that you've never gotten to see, but like, they are a very business-like football team. That's the way they handle things. I just think if anybody's looking for a lot of drama, or they're looking for, things that are going to, incite some interesting discussions between players in the locker room, or if you're looking for feuding, like, you're not going to find any of those things. Like, so there's going to be some cool storylines because it's the first time they've ever had a Super Bowl champion on Hard Knocks. There's going to be some different things related to that success that are going to create some different storylines than what they've ever had on the show. I just don't know that if they're looking for a lot of that, firework related stuff, I don't think you're going to get it covering the Seahawks and Hard Knocks.
I think that Schneider's going to be a star. I think he's going to be a star. If they let John Schneider be John Schneider, I think because I mentioned this yesterday, Corbin, I don't know if there's an executive in sports, NFL or otherwise, I don't know if there's an executive that is as successful and as good at what he does as John Schneider, who also, by the way, is about as relatable and comes across as real dude, like Schneider does. Like, he's an everyman guy, every day. That's who he is. If they portray him as you know him, as I know him, as a lot of people know him, if they portray Schneider like he truly is, he's going to be a star, and people around the country and the league are going to love this guy.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, that's the only thing that I think, coming out of this, you could get a chance to really see John Schneider for who he is. And maybe you'll see that more with Mike McDonald now that he's been in the forefront and the spotlight here since winning the Super Bowl a lot. So I think he's had to become a little bit more comfortable with that. But I don't see this team getting distracted by this stuff going on. I don't see there being a lot of drama. And any NFL training camp, there's going to be some fights, there's going to be some scuffles. But I just don't know that there's going to be the fireworks that you're wanting for a huge mainstream TV show necessarily. And maybe I'll be wrong on that, but it's going to be interesting seeing a well-oiled machine put on TV rather than some of the teams that they usually have for this show.
Yeah, that's the one thing. It's that people that have watched in the past, a lot of these teams, for the most part, until they changed the rules, right, were teams that weren't playoff teams the year before. Maybe a coach was in his second year, whatever the case was, and all the rules they had. But you didn't have guys. I mean, this is a Super Bowl champion. They're going to see how buttoned down everything is, from the PR side, the business side, the football side. Those guys run a very, like you said, a very tight ship. And so I think in that regard, maybe it will be boring. I think Devin Witherspoon could make it lively if they let him do his thing. I think A.J. Barner could be lively. Ernest Jones could be good. I think JSN and Darnold will be boring, like Corbin said. I don't think either one of those guys are going to like get you crazy. But you put a mic. You've been out there, Corbin, as much like me. You put a mic on Witherspoon.
The other guy.
Who's that?
Derek Hall is the other one that I could see.
Yeah.
I could see him being kind of interesting. He tends to be an instigator in these practices. So
yeah. Zabel could be good. Zabel could be really good. Gray Zabel could be fun too. All right, Corbin Smith joining us. So we're heading to the draft just a few weeks away. You wrote about this kind of big picture, small picture, short term, long term. What do you mean by that? What are they looking at?
Yeah, I think right now, it's interesting because I'm working on my 3-year outlook series that I do every year, and I released my offensive one today. It's hard to find much to look for on the offensive side away from running back and right guard. And so they've got two clear areas there that they're going to be looking in the draft. John Schneider and Mike McDonald made it sound like they're not going to force the issue at running back. They're more confident in that group than what a lot of people are. If the right player's there, then they'll go get them, but they're not going to force the issue there. And I have a feeling that they're feeling similarly at guard because I think the organization is a lot higher on Anthony Bradford than what most of the fan base is. And let's face it, he was a much better football player last year. The last 10 regular season games, he gave up 1 sack. And I talked to John Benton about him leading up to the Super Bowl, and the O-line coach was just raving about him and how he was the most improved player from the beginning of the season to that point. So who knows what they're going to do at that position. But if the right player is available that could potentially push him or early on be a guy that could come in and take that job at right guard and make this line even better, then certainly they would look that direction. And I think everybody that has been following this team knows defensively, you're trying to find some replacements for Boye Mafe and Reek Woolen, lesser so at the safety spot because you did have Tyakata coming back. But those free agents that you lost, those are the positions where you're going to be looking to bolster your roster and bring in some good young talent. And they only got 4 picks to work with, but luckily they don't have a ton of really, I don't think they have any glaring needs. They have a few needs that stand out as, fairly big, but I wouldn't use the word glaring with where this roster is. And I mean, it's amazing to me, Ian, they've lost 5 guys in free agency, and that's it from this Super Bowl team.
And just 1 starter on offense, right? I believe so, and Ken Walker. So they're okay. The running back, and we'll get into more into the draft stuff next week, because I really want to kind of jump back into running backs in the draft. I'll do that with you next week, because I know that's a position that you are intimate with in so many ways, having coached it and so forth. And I know I want to get, because I think it actually sets up great for them for the running backs, because you got Love and then a massive drop off, which is fine. You can use a day 2 pick on a running back and probably find something that will help you out. I know they kind of said some things yesterday about how they like their guys, and you can say what you want. You need to upgrade. You need to find a rookie to bring them in and be better. But before I let you go, Corbin Smith joining us. Coming out of the meetings, do you believe we are closer than ever before at having an 18-game season?
I think it's going to be just a matter of time before that happens, and I think there's actually some momentum on that front, even with players. Like, look, as long as you take away we only have 2 preseason games. I do wonder if the extra bye is going to be a stickling point with this, and honestly, the NFL should be fine with that. Like, you could still have that extra week that you're making money, but why not set it up instead of having Thursday night games on short rest? Build those around a second bye week so that you can actually back up your words about caring about player safety. Like, I feel like you can make it a win-win for everybody, but we'll see if they actually use enough common sense there, while understanding there's still plenty of money to be made giving teams a second bye week.
Do you? I think the answer is no, but I also think it's not going to change because there's local revenue to be had in terms of TV rights and other things like that. But do you think you really need to have preseason games at all? I mean, hell, nobody plays them anymore.
I think that you do. I think that you have to have a couple of them because how many players have the Seahawks unearthed over the years that we wouldn't have known anything about? Not to say that they didn't see it on the practice field, but that is a big part of the evaluation, actually getting to see these guys, especially with the fact that they're so watered down with what they can do in the practice field now. That's your best chance to see these guys play real football. And so I think you still got to have a couple games, but I think 3 even is overkill. I think doing 2 is more than enough to get that evaluation in.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't know if I don't know. Maybe I don't. I guess 2 would probably be fine. 3 is massive overkill. There's no doubt that 3 is a massive overkill. 2 maybe. Even then, most teams are I'd say if you're playing your guys, that's one thing. But you're trying to find roster spots 45 through 53. And you said it well. They probably already have those guys. They already probably know who those guys are.
But I think it also, it's the money aspect. They charge regular price and people pay it.
Yeah.
That's the NFL is never going to give that up. And I just think, from a coaching standpoint there are a select number of guys every year that you're really excited to go out and see actual play football. But, if we get to week 1, we're not going to be playing them, but we need to see what they can bring, especially with that 16-man practice squad now. The Seahawks talk about that power of 70. You get to that point by seeing these guys playing actual football. So I do think it's still an important part of that evaluation, even though teams generally don't play starters. And I think 2 is more than enough.
The NHL, by the way, going from 6 to 4 next year. Only 4 preseason games for the NHL next season, and they're also ramping up their regular season to 84 games. By the way, I'm watching YouTube right now, and I see Softy on the YouTube channel. Do you think that's going to help our YouTube subscribers, having him up there, sticking his face in the camera?
Absolutely. Who doesn't want to see Softy?
Yeah, nobody actually is the answer. Or who? Everyone. All right. Tell people about Emerald City Spectrum, how they can subscribe, sir.
Yep, EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. Just click the subscribe button, and we've got subscriptions for $6 a month or $60 a year. We've got a couple really awesome pieces on there, including our soccer writer, Qasim Ali. He just put up a fantastic piece yesterday on the arrival of Peter Kingston, a local soccer player that has made his way up to the Sounders. And it's the type of writing you're not going to find anywhere else. You can check that out at EmeraldCitySpectrum.com.
Great stuff, man. EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. Go make sure you subscribe as soon as you can. Corbin, let's check in. Let's talk running backs next week. You up for that?
When would I ever want to talk about?
I figured that's a yes. I'll talk to you next week, buddy. Thank you. That's Corbin Smith.
Sounds good, Ian. Thanks, man.
Corbin Smith, Emerald City Spectrum. EmeraldCitySpectrum.com is the website. And again, it's local journalism, and they cover local teams, which we absolutely love. Love the fact that they do such a great job. He's got local writers, and they do deep dives. They do stuff that you don't see in the newspaper, and certainly you don't see nationally as well on the way. So big thanks to Corbin and the good folks at Emerald City Spectrum. All right. When we come back, Anders, we got lots to do. First of all,
Softy just scared the bejesus out of me.
What did he do?
Well, he knew I was off the air, and he just slammed the door. And then people are commenting on the YouTube because they saw him on here.
So here's the thing with the YouTube deal. If you're just tuning in, we're now on YouTube. You can watch our stuff on YouTube and the live shows, the live stream. And yeah, we just talked about how Schneider's going to be a star for Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
just the Softy mannerisms.
Jeez,
they're going to be a star.
How red his face gets when he yells at Dick Fane.
Oh, see, and this is the bummer. This is truly why it's a soft launch. Because Jackson's not in today,
correct.
And Fane, I don't know if Fane's back or
Fane's
not.
in, yeah.
But Travis is producing.
Well, Travis is the one who kicked all this off for us.
Yeah, and so Travis is one of the nicest human beings on the planet.
Good luck to him.
Softy knows that. He's not going to tattoo him. When Jackson's back in there,
oh God,
and you get to see him yelling at Jackson all the time. It's going to be highly entertaining.
Very entertaining. Yes.
Highly entertaining. But when we come back, one of the things you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah.
We got all these texts, all these
YouTube
combos.
comments.
Yeah, YouTube comments. We'll get to some of those. Also check your text 49451. You heard the dumbest thing you'll ever hear in the world today. We'll touch in on that as well. All next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Ian Furness, powered by Seattle's closest sportsbook, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we'll get to the text here in a second, 49451. Also, we're on the YouTube today, so we got all kinds of YouTube comments as well.
Let us know how you like it, by the way. Do you like seeing our mugs?
No. Let's see. I'll read this from the two. You're in charge of YouTube comments.
Okay, sounds good.
Does that work?
Yeah, it's fine.
You're in charge of YouTube. I'll be in charge.
I wonder how different the vibe is.
49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line. I held up the little read. This is a read.
Good job. People can see behind the scenes now.
Tacoma Dodge text line. Shop Tacoma Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram at the corner of 38th and South Tacoma Way, the intersection of Savings. Two things. One, you get to the one about the microphone in a second.
Okay.
This one from the 206. This is from the text line. What kind of loser watches radio? I really don't get it. Most of you are on radio for a reason. You excluded, Ian. Whatever. It adds the things that this generation does that I'll never understand. You are my soul brother. 206. Yes. I've been yelling at clouds about that for a while. I do radio and I do TV. I don't want to do both at the same time.
This isn't TV though. It's just streaming the radio.
It's a video medium.
Yes.
A visual medium, along with an audio medium. There's going to be so much comedy and at the same time so many bad things happening like this. I'm just going to tell you, there are other stations that do this.
Yeah, almost all of them do.
Well, from what I heard from the Super Bowl week in Radio Row, we might be the last.
I think so.
In the country. There's a really good chance we're the last in the country to be doing this. So I get that.
Yeah.
The thing is, even in our own market, I think somebody told me once there is another sports station in this market. I don't know if there is.
I didn't know that.
Okay. There's some sports stations that are, they're fun, they're nice, they're good, but they're not dysfunctional. They're boring and stale. We're none of those things.
Dysfunctional in a good way.
We are, in our own way, dysfunctional. You're going to see stuff and hear stuff and watch stuff, and it's just going to be an absolute train wreck. So if you're into it, then watch on the YouTube, okay?
Yeah.
And it probably starts with the guy coming in here for crosstalk in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I have a comment regarding that, by the way.
Okay, what is it?
Surprised the station didn't nix this idea when they realized Softy's mug was going to be televised.
That's we're all wondering the same thing. See, here's the thing. We can get away with it certainly, people are going to want to see what Ashley looks like and Jessamine and stuff like that. I get that. Yeah. And they're both very attractive, and they're going to look good. Anders is a good-looking young dude. I can say that. No, I can say that. I know you are because I met your wife again yet. Well, I've not met her before, but I saw your wife again yesterday, and she's a smoke show.
Absolutely.
You're not getting that without being a good-looking dude. I'm telling you right now.
I'll kick my coverage, as I say.
You did. So, Fane does television. He looks fine, right? I don't know. They put me on TV, but I usually use a lot of makeup. So today, I don't look I'm not TV ready.
There are days where you will be TV ready because you have a hockey game.
There will be, yeah. But Softy, he truly is on the radio for a reason.
Yeah. Fane does some TV stuff too.
No, Fane was good. Yeah, Fane does TV. Fane's out there doing TV. All right. What else? Fire some more YouTube
love
comments.
It, says someone on the YouTube. It's Matthew on the YouTube comments.
Hi,
section.
Matthew.
One suggestion: I'd move the camera a bit or the microphone a bit to Ian's right so we can see his face and not the microphone.
How's it look now?
It's good. Oh, nope. It's directly blocking your face.
And there's a reason for that. Anders tells me that in the break, and I'm like, yeah, fella.
He's very calculated.
Not my first day. Here's the thing. We all have different idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, I move my mic all the time.
I move my mic all the time.
You guys will see that.
We all do. We all move our mics all the time and stuff like that. So, all right. And if you really want to look at me, then that's a you problem, and I don't think you need to.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. This is good. I'll let you get to that in a second, whatever it is you're laughing about. I'm going to read about this from our first segment today. What Spears said is incredibly dumb and uneducated on a topic he should be very educated on. But I am scared because we had to save the roof. It'll look the same and merely be a remodel to people outside of Seattle, and they won't bother to see it's a fully new building.
Yeah.
And I brought that up earlier after we just basically destroyed this guy. MJ's guest earlier today. Somebody wrote in, the dumbest thing we'll hear all day was probably MJ's guest at 11. It was, actually.
It was.
It's
yes. exactly what we used for it.
And MJ admits that. And he tried to push back on the guy in a respectful fashion.
And it's hard to do that when you bring him on as a guest.
I just don't do that.
Yeah.
I probably would have left, just said, listen, I wouldn't have had that guy on in the first place because last time we had him on the station, he actually mentioned something to Kid. So,
really?
Why else did you have me on the station? Yeah, because you're an idiot.
What did he do? I don't know the story.
There was something, I don't remember exactly. I remember we had him on. I say we, Elise and I did. And so that would have been 18, 19 years ago. Okay. And it was when the Sonics were kind of going to leave, not going to leave. Yeah. And I just remember thinking this guy's a tool and I don't like him. And he had some misinformation. You know what it was? In fact, I remember this. Yeah, it was one of those things where he's like, not supporting the team. Anytime someone says that we didn't support the Sonics, I'm going to lose my you-know-what. They tried to have people not go to the games. They didn't spend $1 on marketing, promotions, or sales the last couple of years they were here. Clayton Bennett's group still averaged 12,000 fans.
Yeah.
Don't ever tell me that. Anyway, move on. What were you laughing about?
Cactus Jack says Chuck Powell looked majestic this morning.
Majestic.
That's a great description for Chuck Powell.
Cactus Jack?
Cactus Jack on the YouTube comment section.
Oh, that was the guy. He's called Cactus Jack. He didn't call Chuck Cactus Jack.
No. Cactus Jack is the guy that commented.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know who Cactus Jack is? It's Mankind. That's a wrestler.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll have MJ explain it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
He's our insider on wrestling.
WWE guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Robert Milne says, I thought you guys drink beer and rant, but I see no beers. Just wait.
Today you don't. We don't know how to do this yet when we're on remote, right?
Yeah, we're still figuring that out. Hopefully there's going to be a camera that someone takes. That'll be an interesting experiment when that happens. Softy goes to Jimmy's. Woo.
There's certain things that nobody needs to see. Because there will be, it's like back in the day with the Graz.
Yeah.
When the Graz was at Jimmy's or any place on remote, and he always had a glass of what looked like water. Clear, ice, no fruit. It
ain't water.
It ain't water. But he was the Graz. He could do that. What else you got?
Good to see KJR live. All this kind of stuff. A lot of people liking it now. Kind of, I don't know if it's because you guys can see us. You like to make fun of us more.
I think all those things are true.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I told you earlier that Softy is going to be like John Schneider in Hard Knocks. Just out of control, running around, likable, relatable, and also maddening all at once.
Hectic 5173. Can you just turn the camera to film the wall during Softy's show? Thanks. I think Purple Sheet wouldn't mind that, to be honest.
The wall?
Just like instead of Softy's face. You know what I mean?
I'll put the wall up.
It's like
this wall?
Just, yeah. Have the camera turned so you don't see him. Yeah, basically is what we're saying.
Anybody commenting on my hat today, by the way?
I haven't seen anything.
I wore that for a reason. Rest in peace, Root.
Yeah.
All my friends.
Well, now you can have some visual messages.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look at the jersey I'm wearing today. Anything like that.
But nobody really wears a jersey, do they?
I do.
You do.
I'm a jersey guy.
You're a jersey guy. Jess does sometimes.
If I was in charge, I would make every Friday Jersey Friday. Everyone wears their favorite jersey on Fridays.
Mm-hmm. Well, thankfully you're not.
Thankfully I'm not.
Sorry, 206. This is a long-time listener from the 206.
Okay.
Like, this is a really long-time listener.
Okay.
Replay the Mark Spitz interview. So that was, 2008-ish?
Right around when they left?
No. You know who Mark Spitz is?
No.
Very decorated Olympic swimmer from our country. Like, before Michael Phelps, he was the dude.
Well, because Phelps' big Olympics was 2008.
And we had Spitz on that year.
Okay.
So it was. How about that?
There you go. Nailed it.
How about that? Got the date right. I was doing a show on remote at Northwest College, the old Seahawk headquarters. During the summer, must have been training camp. By myself, off to the side. And we had Mark Spitz. He was selling a book or selling something. But I said, what that? Yeah, Mark Spitz. Olympic year, Mark Spitz. He's a legend.
Yeah.
At the time, had the most gold medals of any Olympian in our country. Had him on. It was the worst interview ever. Wouldn't talk about Michael Phelps at all. Wouldn't acknowledge Michael Phelps.
Even if you asked him about it?
That's all I wanted to talk about.
What?
It was the Olympics, and Michael Phelps was the biggest story in the country.
Yes.
Didn't want to acknowledge, didn't want to talk about it. I finally we just said, I said, because I couldn't hang up on him because I was on remote. So we can't do that technically. But I said to whoever the producer was, it wasn't Shock. It probably was the Red Barons, probably Sobrowski. I said, hey, you know what? We're done with the interview. We're done. Put him on hold. Say goodbye. We're done. It was so bad. Like, it was the worst thing ever. Until today when Mark Spears came on. Mark Spears.
Can we play that for Softy coming up next?
No, because here's the thing.
I think he's going to use it in his show, by the way.
Is it? Yeah, we'll just... How much time do we have left in this segment? Well,
30 seconds.
You know what? If you're just joining us now, I know there's something else going on in this town as we speak. So we'll revisit that, Anders, tomorrow.
Let's do it.
And it'll probably be... Are you producing my show tomorrow?
I am not.
Who is that?
Should be Jess, but I might be doing both, depending on how she feels.
Okay. We'll replay it tomorrow for people that missed it. It was great. By the way, did you delete Chris and Bieran's number?
No.
No, we got a text from you, fellas, so we didn't delete it.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. Relax. Let's see.
Would never delete Chris and Bieran's number. One of the cool things, I mentioned this to Ian, one of the cool things about the YouTube comment section, we love our text line too. If that's how you want to interact with us, great.
Yes.
The thing is, you don't see each other's texts on the text line.
Yeah.
You can see the full comments.
We
if
apparently
you're
have a
on
lot of
YouTube.
people watching from out of the area today.
Yeah.
We have some Canadians. Where else are people texting? Where's Jessamine? Need to get a look at her? No, you don't, you creep. But she's sick, actually. This is good. Chris, I'll have a feeling we'll be seeing Softy picking his nose.
Yep, we will.
If that's all you see with Softy, that's a win. That's a huge win for you at that point. Dan, a Canadian listening. Yeah, where are you listening from if you're on, or where are you watching from if you're on the YouTube? Okay. Are we done? We good?
We're good.
So is there a camera there where he's going to sit in a minute?
Yes, there is.
Does he know that?
Yes, he does. Or he should.
Are we sure?
Let's
hope not.
Let's hope not.
Maybe he'll pick his nose or do something. All right. That's next. Well, we believe that this next gentleman will be the star of YouTube.
I'm turning this thing off over here.
Are you?
It's in my contract. I don't need to be on TV until 3.
Is that what it is?
Moving this thing around. There you go.
Point it at Anders.
You know, I wonder if I went to Rich Moore.
I already have a mic.
He's going to lose his mind.
If I went to Rich Moore and I told him that about my contract.
Yeah.
If you pull a Lou Brown, where am I going with this, by the way? You
That's
guys know
Major
where I'm
League. It's
going?
Major League, right?
Yeah? You ever see Major League, the
Major
movie?
League, yeah.
Roger Dorn?
Yeah.
When he pissed on his contract?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You think Rich Moore would piss on my contract? I'm going to print it up in the sports pit. I'm going to bring it in there and say, says right here, my contract, paragraph 3, line 2. I don't need to be on TV until 3. It drops on the ground and just takes a big old leak on it.
That would be all nice and fine, except for there's absolutely no chance that the printer's going to work and you'll be able to do that.
That is true. And plus, I don't have access to the printer
I don't either.
from my computer.
I don't either.
I'm glad that we're doing this, man. I really am. We actually
Is anybody watching, Anders? Can you tell? Is anybody watching
there's
this thing?
tens of people watching right now.
Tens and tens of people.
Anders knows this because you're a part of the meeting, Anders. We had a stated goal, by the way, about 3 or 4 years ago. We all got together and said, hey, if we do anything, let's make sure we are the last radio station in America to be on YouTube.
I think we are.
Okay, I think we are.
Okay, so
hey,
I mentioned
mission
that
accomplished, man. Mission accomplished.
I mentioned that earlier because I was not at Radio
How
Row.
about that?
I was not at Radio Row.
Oh, dude.
You were there.
We were the only station without a camera.
Like
only one.
MJ and you were telling me that they're like college stations, like high school stations.
No. KPUG from Bellingham. Right?
Yeah,
they
those
were
guys,
there.
Those are good dudes, by
they
the way.
They had like 5 cameras.
Of course they did.
I went out with those guys. They had 6 cameras. I thought it may have been 7. It's unbelievable. So, yeah, good to be here. Good to be on YouTube. But I guess the days of picking our nose are over, man.
Well,
and naked Thursdays are done now, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
All
no
right.
close Thursdays are over.
Damn, man.
I know.
When it gets hot outside.
Well,
jeez. No close Thursdays.
When do you think? How long until Rich Moore?
Yeah.
Purple Sheet. Yeah. How long until he says starts giving us dress codes and stuff?
Boy, I'd be the day I quit. I guess is the same day that would happen.
You know what I always hold?
That's one of the perks of working in radio.
Well, that's why.
You kidding me?
So you know what I always hold in my back pocket?
Yeah. What's that?
A
suit?
No. In the back, I always say, have you ever seen how the music station guys dress?
Oh, yeah.
Like that
totally.
Jubal guy?
Oh, yeah.
He dresses.
Yeah, go tell Jubal, all right, with his 19 tattoos and 58 piercings, how to dress.
Yes.
And you see how that goes. I mean, does Jubal not look like the kind of guy that knows people? They can take care of some problems for you?
Yeah.
I don't want to mess with him.
Yeah, no.
You know what? He can wear whatever he wants. All right? Jubal can wear whatever he wants. Softy, Ian, you guys got to look presentable.
Well, you've done this before.
Because you're not Jubal.
You had Comcast for all those years.
Yeah, Diana Boom Boom Rossini.
Well, you basically were a star maker.
Yeah, right. Well, it was her, Brooke Olzendam, Abby Chin, and all 3 of them. Aaron Mayofsky, who's now on the morning for Fox 13.
We're missing somebody.
Abby Chin is doing sidelines for the Celtics, or was doing sidelines. Brooks obviously misses Trailblazer down there. Yeah. And then Boom Boom is unbelievable.
He's huge.
I mean, she's the biggest name in the NFL media now. It's unbelievable. We call her Boom Boom, by the way, because of her gigantic feet. That's why. Yeah, big feet. For those that don't know.
For those who are watching.
Boom Boom Rossini.
For those who are watching, do the visual again about her big feet.
Huge feet.
Huge.
Yeah, huge. Yeah. Don't put that. See, this is the problem now.
See, that's all. Okay. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You moron.
Look, you know what? I don't mind saying it because I think she'd appreciate it. She's got incredible breasts. All right. What do you want from me? She got a great rack. All right. That's fine. It's a compliment, right? For some people, your wife in 20 years from now, if somebody's walking around saying, you know what, Mrs. Hurst, you have incredible breasts. Thank you. I appreciate that. Right? Softy's 52. You got a nice ass. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Let me see.
I have no idea what I'd say about you.
Let me see your ass.
No, I'm not showing you my ass. I have no idea what I would say about you.
Let me see it. Weird conversation to start on the first day of streaming.
Well, that's how you do it, man.
What did I tell you earlier?
You set the expectations low.
Here's the thing.
From the start.
I mentioned this earlier, Softy. Here's the thing. All these other stations, well, as we came to conclude, every station in the country that already does this.
Yeah, correct.
Except for us. Now we're the last ones.
Right.
Yes.
That's right.
99% of those stations are fairly just normal. We do sports radio.
Yeah.
By the book.
The dysfunction that exists in this
book.
The dysfunction that exists in this building. That's just going to be part of it.
The minute we become functional, I'm out of here. All right? That's one of the things that attracts me to this job every day is that I can be dysfunctional.
You know what I'm looking forward to is flipping on a YouTube feed sometime.
Yeah.
And because we have the video in there with the producers in the control room.
Right.
There's nothing I'm more entertained by here. Nothing than stressed out Jackson.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
There's
man.
nothing. There's nothing like stressed out Jackson.
Well, there's stressed out Jackson. There's on edge Anders.
Not on edge.
Really?
No.
We've realized that the last couple days.
You're the one that freaks out, not me.
There's angry Ashley. All right?
Oh, yeah, she does get angry.
Don't give a crap kid. I mean, everybody's got their own thing here.
They do.
And there's Moger the Ogre, who's in for us, who's in today with us.
What's Jess?
Not here is what she is. Yeah. Vacay. Yeah.
She's sick.
No longer here, McIntyre.
Yeah. Actually, she's
missing McIntyre.
she's uber serious though. Like she's uber serious.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
When Jackson gets in there and he's like,
let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
See, that works kind of only for the YouTube. What you just did there. Yeah, right. Radio doesn't work, but that works for YouTube. Yeah. We're not on during breaks, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good.
As of now.
Oh.
Well, that can't change. We've already had. I had the discussion with Purple Sheet. But that can't change
unless you want to pay a little extra.
There you go.
Then you can get. Is there a spot for a quarter in the YouTube thing?
Where's Lou Brown at? Right. Can we get that thing? Can we get that thing going?
Put a little quarter in there, and you can get a little extra.
All right.
All right. Like the old thing on First Avenue with the up and down. What was the place called again?
That's the Apple.
No. Yeah.
The Apple Theater.
You're thinking of the Lusty, by the way. Put
actually, the Apple's on boring.
Put a couple quarters in, and you can hear what's going on behind the scenes during a break. Outside of that, it's premium access, boys.
Oh, I like premium access.
That's right.
Okay.
50 cents a break, you can get it.
Oh, I think more than
that. It's like $9 a show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? I hear people charge for podcasts and video and stuff all the time in this market.
Yeah.
We should too.
Yeah, a couple of people in this town do that.
Yeah.
One of his last name rhymes with Suck It. You know him.
What are you doing today?
I don't know. What's today? Wednesday?
Sure.
Lane Lambert's on today.
Okay.
He's
probably in a really good mood.
Oh, he's going to be in a great freaking mood, man. He usually takes a nap and wakes up right before the show starts because he says talking to us puts him back to sleep, by the way. So he'll be on at 3:45. Petros at 4. Mike Florio coming up. Larry Stone coming up. Obviously, big day with the Colt Emerson thing the other day, and now the Yankees-Mariners today. George Kirby getting his yitch lit up by the Yanks today. Thank you, Paul Goldschmidt. We'll chat about that, and then we'll have some fun with these new cameras in here. So I can't promise what that will be, what that will mean.
What is a new camera?
At some point in time, I may break this thing, and our YouTube stream may be done by 5 o'clock
he definitely
tonight.
will.
Yeah. I like to touch stuff. You know that, right? Move stuff around. Am I doing this right?
Keep your hands to yourself, David.
Is this one of those AI things that follows
David,
me wherever I go?
Keep your hands to yourself, David. Keep your hands to yourself. See ya.
All right.
It's all down here from here, kiddos.
All right. Well, speaking of him, the team he covers, the Kraken, 3-0 loss at the Oilers last night. The boys now 32-30-11, 2 points out with 9 games left to go. You got 6 teams, Dick, that are all within 4 points of the last playoff spot in the West. The Kraken hosts the Utah Mammoth tomorrow. I keep wanting to say Woolly Mammoth tomorrow.
I think you should.
At 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock face-off right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
We're getting closer to a reappearance of J.P. Crawford at the big league level. He went 0 for 4 with a walk for Tacoma last night in his season debut.
What else? Tiger Woods announcing, as you know, yesterday he's stepping away from golf for a while. There were rumors and reports that he may have tried to give it a go in the Masters. That's not going to happen. Today, a Florida judge, though, did grant Tiger's request to travel outside the U.S. to get some treatment.
And reports out of the NFL's owners' meetings that our Christmas Day this year, we are going to have a triple header.
Yay!
Just 2 games is not enough on Christmas. You'll have 2 games on Netflix and 1 game on Fox.
And you saw no more double headers on Monday Night Football either, by the way. Those days are done. What else we got? One day after the Mariners announced a new deal with Colt Emerson, the Pirates and the number 1 prospect in baseball, shortstop Connor Griffin, reports coming out they are closer to a similar deal for him with Pittsburgh.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, I got some bad news for you, boys and girls. Naked Fridays, no clothes Thursdays are done on the radio station. They'll never happen again. You know why?
When did they happen the first time?
All over the place because we're on YouTube now. We can't. We got to be fully clothed now on YouTube. Yeah, Anders, I knew that, by the way. I knew I was all the way turned up. See, here's the problem. Okay, this is what pisses me off about this place.
Here we go.
I haven't been in the studio for about a week. Because we've been on remote. You've been on vacation. I've been on remote, okay, which is fine. I love doing remotes. I love being at Jimmy's. I love being at the Emerald Queen. I love being at the 520 Bar and Grill. I love being at the beer hall. But every time I leave this place, they always putz around with stuff. And when I get back, everything's different. Like my headphone level right now, I can't hear squat. It's jacked all the way up, but I can't hear a damn thing.
Really?
Yes, so either A, I'm going deaf, which is entirely possible. All right, my wife, you know, is always telling me I need to get my hearing checked. You can't hear anything, but she's always telling me this, Dick, while we're walking down the street and there's a 50-mile-an-hour wind right in my face with a jumbo jet flying overhead.
Yeah, and you're saying that she's like 50 yards behind you, and she
in front of me.
expects you to hear what she's saying, right?
So I know 32-plus years, whatever, in this business, I realize my hearing is not phenomenal. But they started messing with the headphone volume in here. We're on YouTube. There's all kinds of changes made in the studio. I don't like it. I'm a creature of habit, man.
I am too.
I need to be involved in these things. This is my domain. You walk in here, you mess with my domain, you better include me in the process.
It's our domain, right? There's because more people sit in those chairs, right?
That's right.
I mean,
That's
so
right.
you have to. We have to share these things.
Well, I'm the last one here, so I get final say. All right? There's nobody here after me at 7 o'clock. But anyway, we got a big one today. Mike Florio will join us in a matter of minutes here. We'll talk some NFL with Mike. Lane Lambert is going to join us, head coach of the Kraken, at 3:45 ahead of their game with a Woolly Mammoth tomorrow.
I like it.
Pre-game 6:30, face-off at 7. Petros will be here at 4, talking about God knows what on the program. And then Larry Stone will join us and talk some baseball. The Mariner-Yankee game should be well over by the time Larry jumps on the air with us and talks with us at 5. And obviously we'll get Larry's take on the Colt Emerson deal. I mean, you were gone. You didn't give your take yet, but I love it. I think it's freaking fabulous. I think it's awesome. This is the kind of stuff that I've been hoping this franchise would do. And you and I discussed this yesterday on the program, that if I would have come to you 5 years ago and said, Dick, what team, and you can pick any league you want, what team is going to sign a player to a contract with the highest total value in North American sports history? And then what team is going to sign a minor league player or a rookie to a contract that pays that kid the most money before he even takes a snap, a shot, or sees a pitch in baseball? And the answer to both questions is the Mariners, because they did it with Julio Rodriguez. I mean, Ohtani passed him, obviously.
Right, but at the time.
At the time, it was potentially, if you include all the escalators and stuff, the richest contract in North American sports history for just under, I think, $500,000 or $500 million, sorry. And then Colt Emerson, obviously, has been paid the biggest contract before he even takes a pitch in Major League Baseball. And the frickin' Seattle Mariners, all right, these cheapskates, they're the ones that now can claim that they were there first before anybody.
Well, they've been kind of consistent in the fact that if it's their guys, their foundational pieces, they are going to take care of them. Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, now Colt Emerson, they're going to take care of, they're going to do it, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, they're going to take care of their guys. Where they will not spend is on other people's free agents. And you know what? There's another team in town that doesn't really do that either, and the Mariners get a lot more criticism for not doing it than the Seahawks do. And I understand partially the reason is that there's a salary cap, but there's another part of it. But there's another. I mean, but the reason that I've always echoed is that you don't want to spend a lot of money on a guy that's going to block a Colt Emerson, a guy that's going to block a Cole Young. And because then you're stuck and you're forced to try to, come up with a Robinson Cano where you got to ship off a great closer just to get rid of a bad contract.
Well, you and I will just always disagree on that, and that's fine. I mean, I have no problem spending money on free agency. I do find it funny that we're okay in some ways with giving a guy that's never seen a pitch in baseball $95 million, but a proven guy that's torn up the league for 4 or 5 years can't get $250 million. And I understand, the age and all that stuff, whatever, but you hit the nail on the head, Dick. It's totally different with the salary cap. But for this team, this Colt Emerson contract is a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer. I mean, we did the math on the radio show yesterday that this could potentially, if Cole Young turns out to be what the Mariners are hoping he can be, which I don't think anybody's sitting around thinking that Cole Young or Colt Emerson, is going to be A-Rod or Derek
That's
Jeter
be tough for us.
or
Cole
Nomar Garcia.
For the next 10 years is going to be hard for
and
us.
Emerson, all right? So the point is that I think to put that kind of pressure on a guy and to expect that he's going to be that kind of player is ridiculous. We were chatting about this on Monday's show. Even if he turns out to be J.P. Crawford and he's making 11.5 on average in 5 years from now, it's going to be nothing. It's going to be absolutely nothing. So I love the fact that they did this, the idea that they've got 3/4 of their infield now locked up for at least 4 years with Naylor. And then who knows about Donovan, what his future looks like at third base. I mean, they're starting to put together a team that people can get behind because they're not going anywhere.
And it seems like he's more complete of a prospect than Evan White was. People are using the Evan White example, and I get it. Evan White was not worth the contract that the Mariners gave him.
In the end, he wasn't.
In the end. But, I mean, it seems like Colt Emerson's... Exactly. It's not like you're wasting hundreds of millions of dollars on Evan White. You were, wasting $25 million on Evan White?
6 years, $24 million.
And you may be wasting close to $100 million on Colt Emerson. I don't think so. You don't think so. But like you said, best case scenario, you've got a guy for $15 million a year or so that is going to be worth $50 million a year 7 years from now.
Well, there were 8 years ago, which is how long Emerson's contract is, there were 5 players making $30 million or more, and I think the number is now 31. In just the last 8 years, there were 20 guys or 40 guys making $20 million or more. Now the number's 80 in baseball. So the salaries are growing exponentially. Are we good for our next guest here? Yeah?
1 second.
Yeah, 1 second? Okay. Travis needs 1 second.
Oh, well,
maybe we should all just kind of take a break. A little pee break here or whatever. Go to the cafeteria, get something to drink, maybe grab a snack or something like that. Needs a break.
He's ready.
Okay, he's good? All right, let's do it. Mike Florio joining us right now.
One second.
All right.
On the day we launch our YouTube channel. 3, 2, 1. Do you have it? You got the open there, Moger, or not? Huh?
We can do it without the open.
Well, we don't need it.
Later.
We don't need it. We don't need it. Let's just keep it right here. All right. Big thanks to our friends at simplyseattle.com for sponsoring this. Hey, you know what? We got the YouTube. What the hell more do you want? You can't have both. You can have the YouTube or the open. You can't have both. Joining us right now on the radio show, our friend from PFT Live, ProFootballTalk.com, the absolute king of the NFL media press corps, our friend Mike Florio with us on the radio show. Michael, how are you, pal? What's going on?
You can't do it without the Open. That's bad luck.
All right. Travis, you got the Open? Are you ready for the Open? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, it's just not going to happen, man.
Not going to happen today, Mike.
See, Mike, this is what happens. We got fill-in people here. They're doing their best. They're trying their damnedest, but you want this big raise. We got to let people go, and this is what happens, man. So you get the raise or you get the Open. You can't have both of them, dude.
Well, it's good to see you've made it to YouTube. On behalf of the year 2018, I'd like to say welcome.
Yes. We had a stated goal. I said this in the Open, by the way, that we wanted to be the last radio station in the country to go live on YouTube, and now we have. So let's just leave it at that. But, Mike, the NFL owners meetings going on, obviously, down there. Lots of stuff to talk about. I saw where Odell Beckham Jr. popped in and wanted to meet with the Giants about what, playing again? What the hell's going on with that?
Well, he was most recently in L.A. at the Fanatic Flag Football Classic and caught a nice one-handed, I don't think it was a touchdown, it was a two-point conversion. But regardless, he looked like vintage Odell Beckham. And he made it clear in advance of that game that he wants to use it as a springboard to get back in the NFL. He last played in the NFL during the 2024 season. Dolphins released him. Nobody signed him. Nobody signed him last year either. And so if you're looking for a job in the NFL, the one place to go is the annual meeting because everybody's there. Go to the lobby and hang around. And he would like to go back to the Giants, and it has sparked a trend. Jason Pierre-Paul, former Giants great, he wants to go back. I'm waiting for Lawrence Taylor to say he wants to go back. Maybe Phil Simms wants to go back. So we'll see. But the reality is Beckham hasn't done much in recent years. He had a stint with the Ravens a couple of years back, 2023. They paid him $16 million. He really didn't give them $16 million worth of production. So we'll see what he's got left. We'll see if somebody's interested. And there is some merit to a Giants reunion, and he played for Harbaugh in Baltimore. So there's some advanced knowledge there. But I think it still has a way to go. And it's not like the Giants are competing with anyone else for Odell Beckham services. So they can wait and see what happens. Maybe if they don't get somebody they want in the draft at the position, they can bring in Odell Beckham.
Mike, why is the NBA embracing a fix for tanking and the NFL is just ignoring it?
Because in the NBA, it's a far bigger problem. You can tell how big of a problem something is by how much it gets discussed. And the NBA is in a position where they've had to talk about it openly. They've got so many games that you get to a point where teams recognize this just isn't going to be our year. We know we're not good enough. And so there's value in being bad, strategic value in being bad. If you don't make it to the playoffs, who cares what your final record is? I've been saying about that in the NFL for years. What's the difference between 4-13, 3-14, 2-15? Nobody even remembers.
Right.
What they remember is whether or not you get that transformational player with a high pick in the draft. But the NFL's attitude, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Yep.
What else? See no evil. I knew there was a third one. and so they just don't talk about it. And when the commissioner was asked about it yesterday, he says, we don't see any evidence of it. They're not looking for it. There have been instances of it. The NFL just ignores it because the NFL doesn't want to have this issue that the NBA has. Because the NFL wants to be able to tell everyone, oh, it's pure and legitimate competition in every game throughout the regular season. And there's no connection whatsoever between regular season finish and whether or not this great, incredible, memorable opportunity to get a player of a lifetime. There's no connection whatsoever. And it's ridiculous, frankly, that they think they can pull it off. It's even more ridiculous that they've been able to pull it off.
Mike Florio's with us. Even without the Open, he's still here, courtesy of Simply Seattle. So Kyle Shanahan was claiming at the owners' meetings the Rams wanted to move their home game against the Niners to Australia because they didn't want a bunch of Niner fans showing up at SoFi Stadium, which they have done in years past. Do you buy that?
Well, and let's be clear about this. He wasn't just randomly walking around the resort. It was an exclusive, italics, all caps, exclamation point interview with PFT Live, a joint interview. Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur, coach of the Packers, they both showed up at the same time. We said, screw it, pull up another chair. We had a 23-minute conversation with them. And at some point, the Australia game came up, and Matt LaFleur kind of needled Kyle a little bit. And Kyle made it clear he believes that the Rams wanted that game to be the 49ers-Rams game to be in Australia because they don't want to have their home stadium taken over by 49ers fans again. And it's just another reason why Shanahan's salty. He's got to start the season in Australia. That's no easy assignment. Sims talks about a time when he was playing where they had a preseason game in Tokyo, and it took them multiple weeks to recover from the travel and the time change. And you're thrust right into a football season, and they're playing the game on Thursday here, Friday in Australia. They fly back. They have a game the following weekend. He's hoping that what they'll get on the back end is a Monday night game when they return from Australia. So it gives them an extra day when they're trying to adjust from this long trip and this ridiculous. They say it's 19 hours. I mean, at some point, isn't it 4 hours or 5 hours? Like, at what point is the time change so different that you just go the other way? It's not a 19-hour difference. It's a 4-hour difference, but it's tomorrow.
Mike, and that sets up. We found out that we won't be having the Kansas City Chiefs here in town for the opener. So how do you handicap whether it's Bears, Patriots, Chargers? Who's coming to Lumen Field in your mind on that first game of the season?
I know that Seahawks fans would probably like to get things started with their most recent punching bag, the New England Patriots, but the rest of us would like to watch a slightly more interesting game. So I'm hoping it's going to be the Bears. I think that is an intriguing and compelling way to start the season, an ascending team in the Bears with Caleb Williams. They got to come there at some point anyway. Let's have that game right out of the gates. That, I think, when you consider how the Bears are rising and what the Seahawks have done, that's one of those great games that would really move the needle. And the NFL has a strategic decision to make because they could put anyone against the Seahawks. They could bring UCLA up and have them play the Seahawks, and it's still going to get great ratings. I didn't mean to throw a stray at UCLA, but the last I checked, they weren't very good. So you could put any game there. Remember they had, I think it was during the pandemic, they had Texans-Chiefs at a time when the Texans weren't very good. And, you can do that. When they take one of the games that would be a really good game later in the year and they drop it in one of those spots early, that shows you the NFL is making an effort to give us some of their best stuff. So I would vote for Bears Seahawks. Yeah.
Mike, I know the draft is in Pittsburgh this year, D.C. next year. What do we got to do here in Seattle to get the draft at Lumen Field or, downtown, wherever they put the damn thing? What are the odds of seeing the draft in the PNW one of these years, huh?
Well, you got to write the check. You got to write the check for whatever the NFL wants to do the thing. And the NFL is going city by city, team by team, and they'll get around to everybody. And I don't know what kind of cost we're talking about. I assume that at a minimum, the locality picks up the cost of putting on the whole thing, and the NFL just swoops in, does its thing, and moves on. It's amazing what it's become in only 11 years. It all started because of a scheduling conflict at Radio City Music Hall. The Radio City Easter Spectacular was conflicting with the proposed dates for the draft, so the NFL said, screw it, we'll go to Chicago. They like Chicago enough to do it again, and I think the next year in 2017, when they were in Philly and they had this sweeping camera shot of the crowd outside of the museum on the Rocky Steps, that's when it was like, man, they got something here. So everybody wants it, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I know that up the road from me here in Pittsburgh, they're very excited to do it this year.
Some TV news. We got a triple header now on Christmas. Tell us more about that and why we are not going to see back-to-back Monday nighters.
Well, look, Christmas has become I don't want to say new thing because the NFL always moves on to something else, but it's a fairly recent development where they understand any year we're going to drop games on December 25. A couple of years ago, they said, we won't play on Christmas when it's on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and then they quickly changed their tune when they realized how much money they could make by playing games on a Wednesday when it's Christmas Day. So 3 games, 2 on Netflix, the primetime game on Fox, and they'll do huge numbers. And I think that week we'll see Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday games from the NFL. And after that Monday game, thank God they're getting rid of the simultaneous overlapping doubleheaders. Thank God. That drove me crazy. 1 game at a time. And I think what this is a precursor to is more opportunities on the days they've typically avoided. They're already talking about putting a game on the night before Thanksgiving. Tuesday and Wednesday has been hiding in plain sight. We saw during the pandemic. They know how to play games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays if they have to. And I think that we're moving in that direction. It's like the pizza company that they're looking for more and more ways to cram cheese into the crust. A little cheese here, a little cheese there. They keep finding new places to shove cheese.
I like cheese. I like a lot of cheese, by the way. I like string cheese and cream cheese and cottage cheese.
Giving us the cheese.
Yeah, love
cheese. Did you see that
cheese.
Jerry Jones responded to Mark Cuban yesterday? Now, it took 12 years, but Mark Cuban said back in 2014 about the NFL's expansion into Thursday night on a weekly basis. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yep.
And yesterday, Jerry Jones said, if the ducks quack, feed them. And feed them pizza cheese.
Yep, feed
and
the expansion.
We're eating up all the pizza cheese they'll give us.
No doubt. Hey, Mike, real quick before you go, where are we at with this replacement official thing? Is there a chance we could start the year with replacement refs?
I think there's a good chance because I think the NFL is hell-bent on using replacements, expanding replay, revolutionizing the system, possibly breaking the union if they have to. And the artificial date the NFL is trying to put out there as a deadline is May 1. There was a report recently where someone from the league said that if they don't get it done by May 1 and they start hiring replacement officials, it's going to become harder to get a deal done with the regular officials. This makes no sense to me. Are they going to the regular officials and saying, we're going to reduce our offer by the amount of money that we have to spend hiring these replacement officials? That's what the NFL is doing as a leverage play. Why should the offer to the regular officials drop the moment that they have to start hiring replacement officials? So any negotiation is about the deadline, a true deadline that both sides will buy into. And I wish it was May 1, and I wish both sides agreed it was a real deadline, because then it'll be done and we can quit talking about it. But I think it's something we need to be concerned about. I think the league really wants to do this again, and it's on all of us who care about the NFL to shout as loudly as we can that this is not acceptable. But here's the thing. What are we going to do? We're still going to eat the pizza and the cheese and the crust and the box.
They could have no refs, and we'll be eating the cheese and the box and the crust. Hey, Mike, you're the man. Great stuff. Appreciate it. And we'll talk in a week, buddy.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you, pal.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Mike Florio. We're going to break. A lot more to get to, including a conversation with Lane Lambert, Kraken head coach, coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. By the way, it's Softy KJR. So if you woke up today and you really had a desire to see our faces, which why you'd want to do that, I got no idea. Jump on YouTube and just search us, and you'll find it right there. So here we are. Dick is back. Travis Smoger, the Ogre, is in for Jackson Feltz, who's back on Friday. Are you cool if I call you the Ogre, by the way? I just want to make sure you're fine with that, because some people might think of that as an insult or something. You're good because you're good with it. Well, you're a fairly good-looking guy. It's not like I'm calling you the Ogre because you're ugly or nothing. I'm just calling you the Ogre because it rhymes with your last name, which is Moger. That's it, right?
What's worse, are the Ogre Anders?
I don't know. I mean, Anders comes from a very affluent, rich, rather well-off family.
Is that true?
Yeah, very true.
Wow.
Yes, a silver spoon, by the way.
Wow.
Yes. He actually had. Yeah, did you not notice? He has a silver spoon up his ass right now in the sports. That's why he walks so funny. So Travis is in for Jackson today. Dick is back. There's a story, by the way, about Tyron Stokes from Rainier Beach, #1 recruit in the country. That came here to play for 1 year for Rainier Beach, right? Like Michael Porter Jr. did for Nathan Hale. And all along, he's been linked to schools like Kansas, Kentucky. Washington's never been in the mix. And now there is a report out that he might be considering UW and a place like Gonzaga as well. And I just wonder, when I hear things like this, my ding, ding, ding radar goes right up, and I wonder, all right, is this guy really considering UW, or is he just throwing the local team a bone and maybe do him a little courtesy call here?
I think it's different now than it was even 5 years ago, because 5 years ago, Paolo Banchero did the same thing. That's absolutely throwing the UW a bone.
Mm-hmm. Well, his mom played there, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
so that makes sense.
Now it's just, hey, does the UW have somebody that's willing to put up DeMond Williams plus money?
I'd say a lot more than that, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And if that's the case,
then
UW is live. But I don't know if UW has somebody that's willing to pay a freshman that much money that they know is going to be there for 9 months.
Well, I mean, I guess here's my question, too. Number one, he's a Nike guy, right? And this is an Adidas school. Does that factor into his decision at all? I mean, we've seen players that are rep by other shoe companies go play for schools that don't use that shoe, so it's not impossible. But Nike's paying this guy a lot of money. I read where Nike's paying him over $3 million at the age of 17 years old. So there might be some influence there. I don't know. Is Kansas a Nike school? Is Kentucky a Nike school? I got no idea. I mean, you might know better than me, but that's a factor, number one. And then number two, the other idea with this kid is like, hey, does UW even want him? Honestly. I mean, is this the time and place in the process over there to go get a guy like this, right? Like if you're Bill Self, for example, or if you are, I don't know, give me another big name, Rick Pitino, whoever, John Shire, and you're in the process of winning and competing for Final Fours, and you can surround him with the right people. But Danny Sprinkle is trying to build something still today from the ground up, right?
Yes.
Do you really want this guy? Because every one and done we've had around here has flamed out. Not personally, but the school, the team has flamed out. It's going back to Spencer Hawes. It wasn't his fault. McDaniel, Stewart, Markelle Fultz, they just don't work here, right? I'm not saying they will never work here, but if you're going to bring in a guy like this, don't you have to have the proper supporting cast around him?
I do.
And do they have that cast right now?
I don't know what they have right now because I don't know who's coming back.
Right.
We found out Cortland Mulder is not
He's
coming
out.
back.
Correct.
And I really liked what I saw the last month of the season from Cortland Mulder. I was like, hey, this is a kid that's going to play a lot next year. And now he's gone. To answer your question, Kentucky's Nike, Kansas is Adidas.
There you
but
go.
Kansas
Doesn't
has been
matter.
heavy on the list for this kid. I mean, this guy, I've seen him play twice in person. And the two times were very, very different. And there was one difference about the situation. The first time I saw him in the Metro League championship game in SBU, there was no Jamal Crawford. Jamal Crawford was busy doing color commentary for the NBA All-Star game that same weekend, so he was not there. And Tyrone Stokes, I got to be honest with you, I'll tell you what I texted the rest of my basketball team. There was half of my basketball team was at that game.
Right.
And I texted them all. I said, don't anybody act like this kid.
Right. You said that on the air.
Act like this kid.
Yeah.
Every single dead ball, he was in Rod Marr, the official's ear.
Rod Marr.
Every single, he was. And God bless Rod Marr. He did a nice job handling it, right? Every time going to the bench, he was yelling at some other teammate.
Right.
Now, I will say, to his defense now, in the state tournament when I saw him. Jamal Crawford was back. I think that had a lot to do with it.
Okay.
And he looked like any other guy, right?
Yeah.
He didn't have that type of behavioral issue. So I don't know what type of guy Bill Self is getting or Mark Pope is getting wherever he ends up.
Right.
But I just know that it's in there, right? I mean, it is definitely that problem.
Well,
could be in there.
Look, I'll be totally truthful with you, Dick. I have no interest in kissing this guy's ass just to get a breadcrumb of a hope that he can go to UW.
Absolutely.
None. I'm not into that at all, right? I mean, if you want to play here, great, play here. But if you don't and you wanted to come to Rainier Beach for 1 year, like why did he go to Rainier Beach, by the way? Like, why is he here?
Well, I think Jamal has a lot to do
because he wanted to play for Jamal Crawford.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Fine. So he didn't come to Seattle. Like my point is Michael Porter and Jonte Porter came to Seattle because they were planning to play for Lorenzo Romar. And then Lorenzo Romar got fired and they lost him, right? So that's why they moved out here. I mean, Lorenzo Romar was in Michael Porter Jr.'s father's wedding, for God's sakes, okay? So there was a long history there with the Romar and the Porter family. So they moved the whole operation here, assuming that they were going to play for Lorenzo at UW. That's not why this guy came to Seattle. I mean, you're telling me he came to play for Jamal Crawford, and that's fine. I mean, the guy's got a right to do whatever the hell he wants to do. But I guess I just get kind of a little bit annoyed that we're supposed to all sit around and kiss the ass of a 17-year-old kid to get maybe a slight chance that he would even remotely consider staying here to play college basketball. I'm sure he's a phenomenal kid behind the scenes. I've heard nothing to tell me otherwise besides your experience in that one game, which you said correctly that he changed in the next game you saw. He's a fabulous player. I wish him nothing but all the best of luck.
Be excellent.
But why would I care about this guy if he's not going to UW? Or even, look, if you're a Gonzaga fan, or a Coug fan, or whatever.
No, you shouldn't, because he's not going to end up at either place. Right. It kind of echoes what we see from college town. Like, I'm sure our guy Scott Fowler in Tuscaloosa, I'm sure they kiss the ass of 5 stars all the time.
Because they can get him. Because they can get him. Because they can get him down there, right? And again, I just wonder what I've wanted out of Danny Sprinkle now is I want you to build a basketball team that can have some longevity together. Build a team that's got leaders, that's got role players. Go get some scrappy guys that may not be stars, for example, but they know their role. I think you had too many guys on this team a year ago, and this was my concern when the season began, that had a bunch of labels and titles already on their resume. Conference Players of the Year, leading scorers. There were too many dudes like that. And they just could not find a way to come together. Now, the injuries was obviously a big part of it, if not the biggest part of it. But I'm just wondering out loud, in this part of the process for Danny Sprinkle, is this what he needs? Or is this guy so good that it doesn't matter, Dick, who you surround him with? They're going to win a lot of games with him and make the tournament no matter who else is on the roster.
I don't know if he's a transcendent player like that, that can build a team. I know he's that talented. I think he's going to be a phenomenal player, and I think he's going to be the number 1, number 2, number 3 draft pick in the draft in 14 months.
Let's get a break. Lane Lambert, coach of the Kraken, going to join next on 93.3 KJR FM. FM, Kraken have the night off after a loss to the Oilers last night before the mighty Mammoth come to town. Tomorrow, Utah, 6:30 pregame, 7:30 face-off right here, 7 p.m. face-off, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. And our next guest, guaranteed to be there because it's kind of his job to be there, the coach of the Kraken, Lane Lambert, with his weekly visit with us right here on 93.3 KJR FM. And, Coach, let's just jump right in, man. 3-0 loss to the Oilers last night. 2 points out with 9 to go. You got 6 teams fighting for that final spot in the playoffs. Give us your take on last night and where you think your boys sit with 9 to play.
Well, it's really interesting. Last night, I thought we played one of our best road games of the year. And so I've always said, I'm not happy when we don't play well. I felt like last night we did what we needed to do going into Edmonton. We held Connor McDavid. He scored an empty net goal, but that's what all he got.
Yeah.
And we played very solid defensively, and we had opportunities to score. We have to bury our opportunities, guys. It's not like we weren't getting them, and that game. Play that game 10 times and we win at least 5, maybe 6 or 7. I thought we played okay in that game. So we have to take that into tomorrow night and build off of that. And, it's down to crunch time, obviously 9 games left. Right now it's about, keeping our mojo and keeping our attitude and being positive. So we're looking forward to the game tomorrow.
Well, Coach, you're going to go almost 2.5 weeks without playing a home game. I mean, what are the challenges? There's one thing to go on a road trip. There's another thing to go on a 2-week road trip. So what are the challenges of that extra long road trip like you just had?
Well, you know what? It's to your point. It's an interesting schedule here in Seattle. I used to be out in the East, and there's a lot of what I call block. I thought we played well pretty much every game, and we had 2 shootout losses. Otherwise, we go 3-3 on that road trip in difficult buildings against very good hockey teams. And, we left 2 points on the table, in my opinion, that we really dearly need. But I thought we played some pretty good hockey over the course of that trip. But we traveled a lot of miles. And we did make a pit stop back here on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then flew out to Edmonton on Monday. So we got a little pit stop there, and now we're back home. So we're looking forward to these 2 home games here right now before we have to go to Winnipeg.
Lane Lambert again, the Kraken Mammoth tomorrow. 9 games left, 2 points out, getting down to it. And I'm going to ask you a question that you love when we ask, and that's about who your number 1 goaltender is. Every time I've asked you, you've been totally upfront and honest about it. You've never skirted this question one time since we've asked you since you've been here. But I'm only bringing it up, Coach, because Philip Grubauer has now started 3 games in a row for the first time all year. Is he now your number 1 guy?
We have 2 guys, and I've said that all year as well. And our number 1 guy right now is the guy who's winning hockey games. How's that?
All right.
You have mixed it up a little bit. It looks.
You should run for office, by the way. You should be a politician when you're done with this hockey thing.
Mayor of Seattle, Lane Lambert. How about that? But in the beginning of the year, it looked like you were kind of going one game, and just alternating. And now, you got DeCord going 3 in a row. Then you got Gruby going 3 in a row. Is there something that you like? I mean, riding the hot hand, or is it just, is it just going to give this guy an opportunity to do 2 or 3 games in a row before you switch to the other one?
Well, I think that a little bit has been, trying to get someone into a little bit of a rhythm down the stretch here and have someone take the ball and run with it. But at the same time, we're not averse to going 1-1 either. So we'll see what happens here over the course of the next 4 games, especially with a back-to-back coming.
Yeah, well, you mentioned this, Coach, earlier in the conversation. Lane Lambert, Kraken head coach, with us on the air about, hey, we're getting chances, right? We're just not putting the puck in the net, and I mean, you can't finish, right? I mean, that's been a frustration, I think, for a lot of fans, including me. I mean, do you feel like you have enough goal scorers on this team to get that job done? And if not, how do you fix that in the interim?
Well, that's, from that standpoint, that's a conversation for another day. But certainly, we have confidence in our guys, and there's plenty of chances to be had. We've got to put them in, and it's interesting because a lot of times as our power play goes, so does the 5-on-5. It sort of bleeds into it. And our power play's having a little bit of a tough time right now, and that leads into the 5-on-5 stuff for, the McCanns or the Stevensons or the Cattons or the Beniers, Everleys. So we got to get that power play going.
Well, Softy mentioned just goal scoring ability. Is that what the issue is in shootouts? I mean, you guys are 1-6 this year in shootouts, but this is a phenomenon that predates Lane Lambert in Seattle. I mean, the Kraken are 9-18 in their franchise history in shootouts, so nowhere close to 50%. So, what do you think the reasoning is behind that?
You know what? There's certainly a little bit of an element of, obviously, I call it a skills competition, and that's why I hate ending games that way. Yeah. And there's a certain element of that. There's no question about it. It ebbs and flows a little bit, but there's no doubt that 9-18 in franchise history, and I think we're 1-6 maybe this year. Yep. And those are some really important points left off the table. So. Whether it be goaltending or whether it be scoring, we've got to come up with a better solution. There's no question.
Well, Coach, before you go, Utah tomorrow, and we're definitely seeing some spark out of these guys. I mean, Cat and Matty Beniers, Alexiak got into his first fight in 2 years, I think, over the weekend. That was good to see, right? I mean, does that mean anything to you when you see guys that are pushing back, and sometimes in Berkeley's case, pushing back against much bigger players?
It means a lot, actually, guys. We went on that road trip. We played teams that are seasoned, veteran, and big hockey teams, playoff hockey teams. Tampa, Florida, Stanley Cup champions twice in a row. And Buffalo is having a heck of a year, and they're a big hockey team. And it was a great. I've always talked right from day one about. We said we want to be in the mix, and there's a couple of reasons why we want to be in the mix. One is we want to be in the mix. We want to be in and we want to win. That's the bottom line. The other reason you want to be in the mix, and we talked about this right from day one, is we want to get our youth that experience of playing in these types of situations. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the level of hockey right now is, 5 times the level of hockey at the beginning of the year when guys are just getting back into it. And now everything's on the line. And, the experience of our younger players going through this and seeing what this is all about and rising to the occasion, like you said, on the road trip, with Cat and fighting, that sparked our team incredibly. Yep. And Jamie Alexiak stepping up and doing his job and doing his thing as well when Shane Wright got ran over by Stanley. These are things that galvanize the hockey team and continue to build on our culture that we want to establish.
All right, go kick Utah's ass tomorrow night. Get back in the win column, and we'll talk in a week, Coach. Appreciate this, man.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You bet. Lane Lambert with us. Don't forget, tomorrow, Utah, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock face-off with the Mammoth. I keep wanting to call him the Woolly Mammoth, by the way.
Totally.
The Mammoth tomorrow right here on KJR. Petros joins next. Are brought to you by your friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
He's going to bite their genitals off and spit them into the Willamette.
That guy joining us in a matter of minutes here on the radio
Fabulous.
station. Just hold tight. Petros coming up. Mariners lose today, 5-3 to the New York Yankees. George Kirby, 6 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned, 3 walks, 6 Ks, including a 3-run bomb to Paul Goldschmidt. They will be at the Angels for 3 games starting Friday, before the boys head to Arlington to take on the Rangers next week, 3-4 after the opening homestand.
The NIL world has only helped college basketball ratings. Duke, UConn, 19 million viewers, and the NCAA tournament so far the most watched since 1993.
You sure it's about NIL and not gambling, by the way? We should talk about that later on today on the radio show. What else? Baseball. One day after the Mariners announced a new deal with Colt Emerson, the Pittsburgh Pirates and the number 1 prospect in baseball, shortstop Connor Griffin, close to a similar deal in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Storm Guard Nika Mule is going to miss her 2nd consecutive WNBA season after having surgery to repair another torn ACL suffered in the FIBA Eurobasket qualifier.
Kraken, 3-0 loss to the Oilers last night. The boys now 2 points out with 9 games to go. You got 6 teams all bunched up within 4 points for the last playoff spot in the West. The guys are back home tomorrow, and they host Utah. Pre-game 6:30, face-off 7 o'clock right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Let's get to Petros right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with college football analyst Petros Papadakis.
Not that I'm a smart guy, I'm stupid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys.
41 yards.
If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James right away at 800-500-5200. Sweet James will be sweet to you, but tough on insurance companies that will bully you.
Baruch atah Adonai, Baruch atah Ushalayim.
And now with Petros, here's Dave Softy Muller.
Losers.
You know, it feels like it's been forever since I've had a chance to talk to this guy. One half of the legendary, and let's face it, almost mythical, fabled Petros and Money Show in Southern California. USA Trojan superstar, big-time sports talk radio legend in Southern California. One damn fine Greek American, father of the month, husband of the week, and my friend, Petros Papadakis, joining us right now. Brought to you by...
Sweet James, the dense beard of justice. Oh, he can come through for you. You know, if you've ever been in a car accident, it's very hard. Very hard to get what you deserve out of your insurance company, and that's why you need legal representation. That's why you need the dense beard. That's why you need Sweet James. Give him a call at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million, or sweetjames.com. You don't pay until you settle. It's kind of weird that you gave me the week off last week.
I'm trying to remember what was going on that you had the week off.
Supersonics vote thing.
What do you mean, stupid? Means a lot to us.
I mean, yeah, but it just feels like another corporate step toward the inevitable. I didn't feel like you needed to have a weird celebration show. I mean, you just won the Super Bowl, for God's sake.
See, the real reason why I like to do this every now and then. Number one, I want to see how many people notice that you're gone.
Okay.
Okay. That's number one. And then number two, I did get a call from our buddy Sweet James. He says he's running low on extra cash and needed to maybe call a week off.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Why do you say these things to me?
Because you're paranoid as hell. And now you're going to go home and you're going to stay up all night thinking about it. I am
home.
Yeah, well,
joke's on you, idiot. I'm here already.
Hey, Jesus, man. But I was going to say, we missed you. We had tons of people ask where you were last week.
I don't know what your deal is.
Yeah.
Why you had to supersonic on me. It doesn't seem very cool at all.
Well, I'm sorry. Next time we get...
it's not like I get it if there was a parade and the team was coming back and the X-Man's coming on and KD's going to come by. And but that's not what happened at all.
All right, next time there's a vote that says that we may be getting them back, I promise we'll have you on the air.
I just don't understand. You were like, oh, my God, it's going crazy up here. And then
listen.
I looked around and I was like, no one else said that. There's no headlines on this. Just
I told you why. It's a bigger deal up here than it is to people around the country, man.
Everybody's everybody's saying the same thing, right?
Which is what? What are they saying?
Everybody says, "Oh my God, the NBA. The last thing the NBA needs to do is expand."
Right.
The teams like Memphis suck so bad, and it's so lopsided and top-heavy right now. It's like the Pac-10 and the USC era under Pete Carroll. It's lopsided. It's stupid. It's no fun to watch. And then they say, and then they always say with the caveat, but I am happy the Supersonics are back.
Absolutely, man. That's all people want.
I think most people share that sentiment.
I think that should be the new logo.
But I don't think you should have given me the day off. I think that's BS.
Okay, well, I told you I'd get you paid anyway, so what the hell do you care?
That's not what you just said.
I will get you paid. I was being sarcastic. I was trying to make it funny. But I will.
I just don't get it. I just don't understand.
I'm going to get with Todd Lightwicki, and I'm going to tell him that the new motto when the team comes back should be Supersonic basketball. Lopsided, stupid, no fun to watch. Okay?
Exactly right.
How's that for the new motto when they return? Hey, do you see
that was like the old USC football T-shirt: "Smoke crack and worship the devil."
Was that really one? Come on.
A bootleg.
Oh,
but yes.
Who said what era was that?
What do you think?
When you played?
Yeah, of course.
Were there any crack smokers and devil worshippers in your locker room?
The former.
Really?
Sure.
Who was a devil worshiper?
I mean, that would have been the latter.
Oh, what'd I say? Who was a crack smoker?
Correct.
Who was a crack smoker?
Everybody.
You shut up now.
Didn't you ever see Lean on Me?
The movie?
You smoke crack, don't you?
Yeah, okay.
Don't you?
Give me.
I want everybody to look at this slovenly, sloppy boy as an example of how not to dress. Don't make me sing the song.
Please go ahead. I don't care.
Dear East Side. What about East Side High? The Ghosts. Where are my white children? All my white students stand up. These are my white children.
Did you hear, by the way?
How often do we talk about Lean on Me, one of my favorite movies?
Not very often, man. Not very often.
It's really one. I'm pulling it up on YouTube right now. I'm going to put my phone to the microphone and really upset your new producer today.
What was the movie? Was it Edward James Olmos where he played the math teacher?
Yeah, that was Stand and Deliver.
Stand and Deliver. Yeah,
the old pockmark taught him math.
That's right. They took the calculus exam. I want the original scores reinstated. Remember that?
Yeah, and Lou Diamond Phillips was a real cholo in it.
Andy Garcia was in that movie.
I thought that was Lou Diamond Phillips.
But both of them.
Oh.
Yeah, Lou Diamond Phillips, Andy Garcia, very young Andy Garcia. All right, well, hey, did you hear they just put a rocket in space with 4 people?
Somebody sent that to me.
The Artemis
going back to the moon. Huh?
Well, they're not. They're going to circle the moon. The plan apparently is they're going to circle the moon.
How are we going to go to the moon now that Stanley Kubrick's been killed by the government? Yeah.
Every time I hear the name Stanley Kubrick, you know what I think of every time? Every time. Malcolm McDowell.
Oh, yeah.
And A Clockwork Orange.
Yes.
With the giant phallus.
I love him in Cat People.
Remember that?
Yes, I remember it. Of course I do.
Cat People. Wasn't that the theme song was by David Bowie in Cat People?
Yeah, and Giorgio Moroder did the soundtrack, same guy that did Scarface.
You think people enjoy this kind of conversation, by the way?
People like Scarface.
Well,
the guy that did Scarface. What are you talking about? Everybody likes Scarface. When he saw the blimp, that was Giorgio Moroder.
I just got a text from the 49451. Talk sports!
Shut up.
Well, yeah, they put 4 people in this Artemis rocket. They're going to circle the moon. For 10 days, they're going to do experiments on each other.
I bet you they are.
Whatever they're doing up there, they're going to bring them back home.
Inappropriate space touching.
And that maybe in the next year or so, they're going to put them on the moon. They're going to launch them to the moon. If I came to you and said, Petros, I can put you on a rocket and you can walk on the moon, would you do it?
I mean, I have a nervous breakdown if I have to drive to Fresno.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, so the answer is no.
I wouldn't want to do it.
Hey, what's going on?
But I would be world famous, right?
You would be very famous. What's going on with our boy Puka Nacua?
I couldn't risk the inappropriate
touching in space. Yeah, okay. You need your own room on the rocket. What's going on with Puka Nacua, man? The former Husky football.
He seems to be a galactic idiot.
He's going to rehab, I saw.
Oh, is he for real?
You didn't know that?
No.
How do I know that? You don't know that.
I don't know. You probably know a lot of things.
You should spend more time talking sports on your show.
Well, today there's like a hobo society in the LA River. Like, remember Police Academy 2 with Zed?
Yes.
He ran a gang.
Yes.
And it was like they were like in a storm drain.
Right.
That's what it's like.
Wow.
Over at the LA River by Griffith Park. And that's right by our studio. So there was a story about that, and I had to pay attention to that. Also, there's a burger at Dodger Stadium with peanut butter and jelly and like the cheese in the burger.
Okay. That sounds good.
It costs like $35. If you'd like to leave a tip, a little bit more.
No, thank you. Yeah.
It comes in so we have too much to deal with. So, Nakul, what's he going to rehab for? Cocaina?
I don't know, man. Apparently.
Speaking of the Scarface soundtrack, remember that song, the Blondie song? Fight, fight for the yayo. Rush, rush for the yayo. Jump, jump for the yayo. Remember?
No, but
You think it's cocaine? You think he's riding the white horse?
I don't know what he's doing, man. Apparently.
Well, what does it say if you know all about the rehab?
Would you relax? I'm getting to it. Good God, man. You take your meds today, by the way?
Yeah.
Jesus. I guess he bit somebody on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And I don't know if he was drunk or high or whatever, but.
Checked into rehab last month for personal growth.
Yeah, Malibu. Part of the deal, I guess, with the
cocaine.
DA or whatever was that he go get rehab. You think it's a coke thing?
It screams cocaine to me. Just
Why?
Not knowing about it.
Why does it scream coke?
Because if you're all yacked up, that's what you do. You bite people. If you're smoking reefers, usually you don't lean over and take a chunk out of the white girl sitting next to you. But
God.
Am I wrong?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
When people are on pills.
Yeah, like Tiger.
As you just very inappropriately asked me.
Me?
Mind you.
If you were on your meds?
Did you take your meds today?
That's not how I sound.
Yeah, you do. You sound like Bernie.
Do I really?
No.
Okay. Thank God.
But if like somebody's really on like a bunch of pain pills, the type that your brother Tiger was on,
right, my brother, he's your boy, he's your guy. You're the one that puts him on the radio show.
I had him on once.
Yeah, he's still closer to your guy than my guy. I've never talked to him in my life.
It's a great moment.
Although I gave him a fist pump at the 98 PGA Championship.
Know my original Tiger story. You know that, of course.
Remind us. Remind us.
Gosh,
just remind us.
It's like screaming into a well.
Well, then you know what?
All of these years.
Then you'll scream into a well. All right, you'll do what we say. Scream into a well, boy. Scream into a well. Scream it.
I got tackled on the sideline once against Stanford.
Oh, yes. Yes, go ahead.
By Coy Wire for a couple yard loss. And here's little bitch-ass Tiger, before he started lifting weights, like straddled over me with his Stanford hat, pumping his fist like he just won the Open championship.
Right.
And I did not take kindly to that. I stood up and screamed at him something out of my mouthpiece, which sounded probably like, but then many years later, we interviewed him, and I was able to tell him about that.
Yeah, what was his reaction?
Oh, he loved it. He loved every moment of it. And our interview with Tiger Woods, mind you,
right,
propelled him to a win at the Masters.
Oh, you had him on in 2019,
right?
At the Genesis, you had him on, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly right.
Well,
so that propelled him to a win at the Masters, and since then, I can't take account for what's happened. But usually, when people are on pills like that, you ask me a question, and I'll show you how it is. It takes them a while to answer.
What do you think of the new ABS system in baseball?
I think it's working. So that's not cocaine. Like that's, so if he's on pills, like pain pills because he's in pain from football, like opioids,
right?
You'd be really chill, like Anna Nicole Smith, real slow to answer.
Gotcha.
And then if you're on the reefers, I think we all know what the reefer heads are like.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what's he on? Fentanyl? He's not leaning over, doing the San Francisco lean.
Yeah, he's in a bad way, man, for sure.
So what's he doing? He's riding the white horse. Process of elimination. Of course, this is pure speculation.
Yeah, of course, yes.
But I would say it's...
Do not tweet this, Travis.
I would say he's yacked out to the rafters.
Okay, I got you. Well, he needs help, man.
Remember that song, Ayo for Yayo?
I do.
By Andre Nick.
Yeah.
Ayo for Yayo. F around with Ayo. All up in my nasal.
He's going overseas for help, man, so hope he can get the help he's looking for.
Is he like in Zurich?
He might be.
Maybe he'll come back with like a breast enhancement, too.
Right. Like Christy, is it Noem? How do you say her name? Christy Noem. Christy Noem.
Yeah.
Her husband was.
How about those bombs?
Caught. Well, wasn't her husband caught like as a cross-dresser or something?
Bombs over Baghdad.
Did you not hear about that?
I heard about that.
What did you
saw his bomb. I saw the picture.
He was wearing like fake boobs or something.
He had big old bombs.
Well, spring ball started at UW. We're all excited about that.
What's the matter with you? You didn't take your meds.
I got to check on you, man. I got a text here from Dana. Make sure you find out if he took his meds.
Yeah, well.
Don't let him out of the house.
Everybody in Casablanca's got problems.
Hey, by the way, speaking of the Dodgers and that burger, which now, God, that sounds good.
$35.
Well, you mentioned the tip. Are you a tipper? Because I think you're paying $35 for a burger. There's no way I'm leaving you a tip.
Yeah, but would you like to leave a tip?
No, I would not. Thank you for asking.
20%?
Nope.
38%?
Nope. Not even close.
What about saying, I'll add a custom tip and you throw $1 there?
Why don't you just charge me an extra $1? Don't tell me about it and give the $1 back to the gal that gave me the burger.
They're already doing that.
Well, then give her the damn money.
They're not going to do that.
All right? For God's sakes, man, I'm so tired of this crap.
This week, the Dodgers debuted, or last week, the Dodgers debuted a special Ohtani.
Like a soda cup. Right.
Yeah.
Well, here's my question, though, because I've seen different reports. Is that for one game or for the year?
Well, it was $75.
Right.
And you had for the rest of that game, you had the opportunity to drown your gallbladder in Mountain Dew, Baja Blast, or whatever.
Right.
And there was a big backlash online. The same people that will pay $75 for an Ohtani jersey were backlashing online, or not a jersey, a T-shirt jersey, were backlashing online. So the Dodgers said, look, we're going to do this. We're going to kick it down to $68. And you can use that cup for the rest of the year if you remember to bring it.
Okay.
And that has prevailed.
And how many people you think actually will remember to bring it back?
Not many because of the weed.
I agree.
But also, yesterday was absolute pandemonium at Dodger Stadium. Did you see this?
No, what happened?
Well, it was the perfect storm. The same one that killed Marky Mark and George Clooney.
Okay. Oh, wow. Great movie.
I never saw it.
You never did?
No.
Wow. The boat sinks.
I know they die.
Yeah.
That's why I was able to make that reference.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Shohei Ohtani pitching debut of the season. That's a big deal. 2, Yoshinobu Yamamoto jersey wearing Yoshi the Dinosaur Super Mario movie bobblehead night.
Oh, my God.
3, now the Dodgers are pretty smart, or at least charitable, because usually if there's a bobblehead night, like one that everybody really wants, like a Shohei Ohtani bobblehead, which is huge, they give one to everybody who had a ticket. So anybody walks in the door, you get a bobblehead. But
I like that, by the way. That's good.
Yesterday they capped at 40,000 on a Tuesday night, and there were like helicopters over the stadium. There were lines to get in that people lined up at 5 a.m. to get into the gates of the stadium.
Right.
To then line up. I mean, it was pandemonium for a Yoshi bobblehead with a Yamamoto jersey on it.
Right.
And they're selling now for $500, $600.
Good
on
God.
eBay.
Wow.
So, yeah, I always thought the Dodgers did great business, 10 years ago.
Right.
Right? When they were just barely not be able to win the World Series a few years in a row. Guys like Cody Bellinger and Corey Seager.
Right.
And Kershaw teams and Zach Greinke, stuff like that, Puig. And the Dodgers were they were something to see then. But now it's almost just like a hulking. Remember that movie Akira, the Japanese anime movie?
Was that the one that came out like 3 years ago?
No, it came out like
it's a different one.
30 years ago.
Yeah, no.
It just becomes like a big hulking, muscular blob mass at the end.
I don't normally watch
everything.
anime. I know you're into anime.
Well, I liked Akira. I had an Akira T-shirt as a young man. I thought I was pretty cool.
Okay.
Well, I did.
Oh, great.
Anyway, that's what the Dodgers are. They're like a big hulking black hole mass sucking everything up.
Well, I tell you what, that big Otani soda thing, you keep bringing that back to the park. The Dodgers should get you on the back end and sell you an insulin shot when you get diabetes leaving the stadium.
Oh, diabetes call.
Honestly, don't you think?
What if you're drinking something healthy like Mr. Pibb?
Yeah, right. Coke Zero.
That's good for you, right?
It's only a Diet Coke. Well, I think we got to have a conversation about this tipping culture at some point. It's out of control. And your guy
Don't
Steve.
you want to hit the button?
Which one?
Would you like to leave a tip?
No, I don't want to leave a tip.
You just bought a $75 Shohei Ohtani T-shirt jersey.
Ask me again.
Designed by Mr. Cartoon.
Ask me again.
Would you like to leave a tip?
No! Steve Buscemi and Reservoir Dogs had it 40 years ago. Remember the scene at the...
No, you're right.
In the restaurant?
But if we get like a boba, you don't want to...
It's just funny to me how society has deemed that, different jobs are tip-worthy and some are and some not.
Yeah, it's
insane.
It's our society, too, because
Right.
in Europe, the tipping is not prevalent in restaurants.
Not at all. You can sit there all night. There's no hurry. Waiters and waitresses,
But,
a.k.a. servers, are making good salaries.
I'm hungry as hell, and they don't come over and take the order. Like, I want to eat, damn it.
Right.
Like you come over and take the order. In my grandmother's kitchen, there was a painting of two vultures on a branch, and one vulture was saying to the other,
Jesus.
One vulture was saying to another, patience my ass, I'm going to kill somebody.
That's not true.
I swear to God.
Can I play my favorite drop from the movie Reservoir Dogs?
Sure.
You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay.
Remember that? Harvey Keitel?
Yes.
So good.
I was, I had that soundtrack on CD. Felt pretty good about it.
Oh, God, that's a great soundtrack.
Little Green Bag.
Who was the guy that played the
Steelers Wheel?
The old dude, whatever his name was in Reservoir Dogs that Tarantino threw off the set because he hated working with him?
Oh, the very old guy?
Yeah, the old guy. You Mr. Pink, you Mr. Brown, you Mr. Blonde.
I don't have
Whatever the actor's name was, the story is that Tarantino hated his guts and he threw him off the set and said, "You're done."
I just watched a movie that Quentin Tarantino loved. Two movies that he loved from the 70s and one from the 80s.
What were they called?
The one from the 80s was one universally panned movie with Jeff Bridges in it called 8 Million Ways to Die.
I thought you were going to say Starman.
No, 8 Million Ways to Die. Drunk cop movie.
Gotcha.
Gotta love a drunk cop.
Okay, I'll watch it. What else?
And then the other one was Mikey and Nikki.
Mikey and Mickey.
Mikey and Nikki, I think it was John Cassavetes and Peter Falk in like a Philadelphia gang movie. Same lady that directed Ishtar.
Right. With Dustin Hoffman?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But that one doesn't have the Mikey and Nikki or whatever does not have Dustin Hoffman.
All right, well, this was a really fun conversation. I enjoyed it.
I hope you're being honest, and congratulations on your weird meeting or vote last week that knocked me off the air.
Yeah. Well, we'll make it up to you by putting you on back-to-back days in the summer when there's nothing going on. When the M's are 20 games out. We'll have you on then.
Well, I am the king of nothing going on.
100%. I mean, we haven't...
Fresno State hosting Wyoming, 7:30 kick. Let's go.
We haven't talked about anything for 20 minutes. We're still getting texts. Talk sports. All right. We'll talk in a week, man. Love you. Petros Papadakis. Leave him up. He might say something funny, by the way, Travis. We'll get a break. Larry Stone joins at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Who's Larry Stone?
All right, boys and girls, Softy back here again for my friends at family-owned Burien Toyota, where if you're looking for 0% financing on brand new cars, trucks, and SUVs, they can take care of you. Imagine the money you'll save with 0% financing right now at Burien Toyota. And by the way, while you're down there, check out the unbelievable selection of certified cars, including hybrids, RAV4s, Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, Tundras, and more. Jump on the web and check out the entire selection, and then go test drive one of these bad boys, baby, in person. First Avenue South, right off of 509 next to SeaTac in Burien, in the center of the known world, or on the web 24/7, BurienToyota.com. bouncing around, kind of doing whatever the hell they want to do, hanging out, coming and going. You know, we have a drop we like to play when you're gone, by the way. Are you aware of that? The drop that we play when you're gone?
You have no dick, that one?
This one right here.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
From Ghostbusters, by the way.
Yes.
When he's in the mayor's office, all that stuff, right. So we play that a lot when you're gone. So you're gone.
This is the time.
You're gone next week. We'll do it again next week.
When you squeeze a year's worth of vacation between the end of the Seahawks season and the beginning of storm season, there's not a lot of time to actually squeeze a year's worth of vacation.
I'm stunned that you're taking next week off with the Masters, man. I would have thought a big golf fan like you would want to be on the air for every minute leading up to, reacting to the greatest tournament that golf has to offer, and I'm starting to question your loyalty, sir.
Sometimes the Masters is at the same week as the kids' spring break, and sometimes it doesn't. And there is a 20-year span, or about a 20-year span, where I live by the school calendar of the Highline Public School District.
I guess. So, I mean, we're just finding out. Maybe you're just not as big a Masters fan as we thought.
You better believe
Putting your kids above the Masters, man.
I tell you what, that phone is going to be with me on as I'm relaxing on the beach in Kauai next week.
All right. Well, lots of texts, by the way, on the Petros conversation. Maybe we'll sneak some of those into testimonials there, Ogre. And the next segment here for testimonials, Larry Stone will join us at 5 o'clock. We'll talk some baseball with Larry. His thoughts on the Cole Emerson contract. The Mariners lost today. They beat the Yankees on Monday 2-1. Now I'm hearing that popping too in my headphones. It's driving me crazy. Are you hearing that? Is that going out over the air, by the way? That
I don't think
snap,
so.
crackle, pop? No,
it's
okay.
our headphones.
The Mariners win Monday and then get promptly outscored 10-3 the rest of the way by the Yankees. Max Fried was unhittable last night. I mean, just forget about it, right, when something like that happens. But George Kirby did not have a good day today. I was looking this up that since the start of last year, the Mariners are now 2-7 against the Yankees. They're 5-11 going back to the start of 24, and they're 7-15 overall in their last 22 games against the Yankees. So do with that information what you will. I will say this, that the Mariners are 3-4. They were 3-4 a year ago after 7 games. They have the exact same record, and they started the year 4-8. If you guys remember that, it's kind of wow. Like really, like you don't even remember that they were terrible. They're 4-8 to start the year, and then they go on a run. They went 14-4. The rest of the way in the month of April to end the month on a high note. So obviously there's a lot of baseball left to go. I absolutely hate. I've told you this every year. I don't like it. It's April. It's freaking freezing ass cold outside. It's raining. I'm not even ready yet to start talking baseball. Right? Like, we shouldn't even be talking about this yet.
No, this is April 1st. We usually don't start the season on April 1st.
We have no right to even be reacting to what's going on. It's so idiotic. How many times have I told you, let them play the first couple of months behind a curtain?
Yeah.
And then just on the 1st of June, all right, here's the standings. They're coming in now live to NBC. Looks like the Mariners are 2.5 games up on the Astros after 60, right? Just let us know then what the hell's going on, because it's hard to not overreact. It's hard to not really have any emotional reaction to any of this stuff. But if we're just looking at this in a vacuum of 7 games, okay? The pitching, for the most part, has been dynamite, right? Logan Gilbert, not off to a great start, but for the most part, George Kirby was not good today. I get that. Castillo was phenomenal. Hancock, phenomenal. Brian Wu, phenomenal. They had 38 strikeouts and 6 walks in the first, 5, I believe, starts of the year, the first turn, 1.86 ERA. And they were showing you that they're going to win games in a lot of ways, just like they won games a year ago, which is with the long ball and starting pitching. I can already tell, by the way, that Cooper Criswell is starting to get on people's nerves, the new reliever they got over the offseason. He's made 3 appearances so far, Dick. He's allowed a hit in every single one of them so far. He does not have a clean inning yet in 3 appearances, or a clean appearance yet in 3 appearances for the Mariners. So, this is just kind of where the seeds of excitement or the seeds of frustration tend to be planted during a opening homestand like this.
I'll start where you ended there with Criswell. I was shocked to see him in a high leverage situation in his first appearance. I was like, really? It's a 1-run game late, and you're going to go to this guy? And he quickly made it a 2-run game after it was a 1-run game.
We gave up the hit when they pulled Hancock the other day. They put him in the game, and the first batter he sees ends the no-hitter. It's like, thanks for nothing, man.
Exactly. There's two things I've come to completely expect from this baseball team early in the season. One is they're going to be eminently mediocre at home until it warms up. First 24 games last year, they were only 13-11. They finished 51-30 at home.
Right.
2 years ago, they started a mundane 14-10. They finished 49-32, and then 3 years ago they started 10-12 at home and finished 45-36. They win at home from July to September.
Right.
That's when they win at home, and they are just a 500 baseball team at home when it is cold outside. The second thing I've come to expect is that Julio Rodriguez is just not going to hit till July, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm just, as long as he gives me the 1,000 OPS like he normally does from July 15th on, I'm cool with the 650 OPS he's going to give me until then, because I know in the end it's going to be 830. You know, he's going to have his 30 bombs. He's going to have his 100 RBIs. He's going to have his 30 or 40 stolen bases. I'm going to be fine with that. But if I would have told you, hey, the Mariners are 3-4 and Julio's at 077, Josh Naylor's at 037, and Cal Raleigh's at 160, I might sign up for one game under 500 with the middle of your lineup doing absolutely nothing other than the one clutch hit that Cal had to win the game on Monday.
Well, clutch hit today just didn't mean anything because they couldn't finish it. But I would also add the schedule. It's a brutal start. They've got the Guardians, they got the Yankees, and then they got the Rangers and the Astros next week. I'm just throwing the Angels out because they're crap, or we think they're going to be crap, right? Now watch them kick our ass for 3 games in a row. But their schedule's pretty brutal. And, look, I mean, your point about Julio, as long as he steps it up in June, July, I don't know, man. I expect more out of him now. This is year 5. Right? It's year 5. I mean, the whole slow start thing was kind of cute and funny and ha-ha at first because he was young and give him a break. But this guy's, in year 5 of his career. Like, it's time to start to figure out how to put bat to ball early in the year. And if it's a weather problem and he can't hit in the cold, then guess what? That's going to be a problem for him in the playoffs, too. If he's got an issue hitting when it's 40 degrees outside, then is this a guy that we just can expect is not going to hit in April? He's not going to hit in the first half of May. And then when the M's get to late October, God forbid early November, he's not going to hit then either. So I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to sit around and just expect that Julio gets a pass because it's 42 degrees outside. He's a veteran now. He's got to start to try and figure this out.
I just think yes, the warmth is something, but I think there's also another way you use the term warm up.
Whatever the reason is.
Yes.
Whatever the reason is. I don't care.
It just takes him months to mentally and physically warm up to the season. And that's just been the way it has been. And he was fine in the playoffs last year. And I don't remember the playoffs being bitter cold like this. I mean, it wasn't. Last night was like 44 degrees. Today's 50 degrees and raining. I don't remember. I mean, we went to the playoff games. I didn't think that they were very cold last year.
Yeah, but it's going to be colder than it is in June and July.
Sure.
That's my point, is that I'm never going to give a guy a pass because of the weather. I mean, I think that's chicken crap. I mean, these guys are making $20-30 million. I mean, really? It's cold and you can't hit? Go cry me a river, honestly. I mean, figure it out for God's sakes. I mean, Cole Young is hitting right now.
Cole Young's raking.
Okay? He's killing the ball. And he's like 5 years old. So I would never, ever allow anybody, Julio, Cal, Naylor, I don't care, Ohtani, anybody, to have an excuse because it's too cold outside. But whatever the reason is, coming out of spring training with the wrong approach, I have no idea. I mean, look, it's only been 1 week. They're going on the road. They're going to L.A. They're going to Texas. So maybe he starts hitting this weekend in L.A. And maybe he comes back. And the problem with, the average conversation at this time of the year is the guy has one good game, and all of a sudden he's hitting $140 instead of 77, right? Like one good series can blow your numbers up tremendously. So I'm not overly concerned about it, but I am keeping an eye on it, just like you, because that's been this guy's history now for the previous 4 seasons. So we'll ask Larry Stone about all that at 5 o'clock, his thoughts on the Cole Emerson signing as well. Great time to have Larry on. It's always a great time to have Larry on.
That should be the name of the
5.
segment.
Great time to have Larry
on.
Yes. Has it ever been a bad time? You ever know that Larry Stone is coming on the air and say to yourself, you know what, I really wish we weren't talking to that guy today. Never. That's at 5 o'clock. Text the millennials. All right, the Ogre's got him standing by. He's all good to go.
Ready to go.
Next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Textimonials.
LOL, semicolon parentheses.
Take it away, Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fain.
Very good. Very good, Travis. Nice transition there. Smooth. Segue is a little rough, but nothing I can't handle here on a Wednesday afternoon. From where you've come from about 2 hours ago to where you are now, you're making real progress, and I'm proud of you.
Baby steps.
All right? That's right. Baby steps. You ever see What About Bob? Baby steps to the front door. Baby steps to the break. Baby steps to Larry Stone at 5. Baby steps to Fun with Audio at 5:45. And baby steps to Textimonials on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Shop Tacoma Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram at the corner of 38th and South Tacoma Way, the intersection of savings. 49451. Lots of stuff to talk about here. Larry will join us, of course, next segment. Give us his thoughts on the Colt Emerson contract, the Mariners after 7 games, and a lot more. That's coming next. But right now, 49451, your time to shine, people. What do you got?
It's a contract issue for most NFL players. They are going to try hard to get their next contracts because not every contract is guaranteed. NBA players don't care, so they're happy to sit.
I was asking myself, what the hell is he talking about? And then I realized, I think it was your question to Florio about tanking in the NBA versus tanking in the NFL. And his response was, it's a much bigger problem in the NBA than it is in the NFL. Is that kind of what you took from that response?
Yeah, but I don't think it has to do with the salaries, because it's the teams that are tanking. It's not the players that aren't playing because the players don't want to play.
See,
it's the ownership saying you're not playing because we want to lose.
I think I figured it out, though. I think I figured out why it's a bigger problem in the NBA than it is in the NFL, or why it's perceived to be a bigger problem. Because the NBA, way more than football, you would agree, is a star-driven league.
Without question.
Individuals.
Yes.
And when those stars aren't playing, it stands out like a sore thumb. That's right. Like in football, in the NFL, if you've got, I don't know, like who's the biggest star on, I mean, give me a random team. The Lions, for example. Let's say the Lions have a rough start.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Well, whatever. And then Dan Campbell says, all right, Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, you're done. Right? Backup quarterback. Like they won't do that. You know, they might play some younger guys at some other positions, but the stars will still be out there. In the NBA, you got 5 dudes, and when the head coach is yanking the stars off the court for a bunch of nobodies, it's obvious.
Yeah, in the tanking. But now what the NBA has done is they've imposed fines for teams that just sit guys when they're just because of rest situations.
That's right.
And that's worked a lot better this year. We have not had a lot of superstars sitting out games.
The other thing they're doing is they're not making you eligible for awards unless you play in 65 games or more. That's a problem for some people. But no, I mean, look, the NBA is trying to address it. There's no question they're trying to address it. But I do think there's a reason why it's more obvious in the NBA, because when one superstar's not out there and there's people in the crowd that may have come to watch that guy play. Yeah. Like, I don't know if people go to NFL games per se, Dick, to watch individuals.
Maybe a quarterback.
Yeah, but they do in the NBA for sure.
No, that's right.
No doubt.
I think the point of my question was to address the article that he wrote today, that Florio wrote today about the NFL. And he had the hands over the eyes. Like, the NFL's ignoring this, that there is a tanking situation. Look at the Miami Dolphins. I mean, there is a tanking situation going on and the NFL is just like, nah. Whatever.
Well, yeah, again, but it's not as obvious, right? All right, Moger, what do you got?
I think on YouTube, we should be allowed to still hear you during the commercial breaks.
Yeah.
We want to see how the sausage is made.
I totally agree with you. I think if you know what, pay a little extra. Put a couple quarters in the slot. There's one right there on your computer. Drop in 50 cents, and the meter starts running for 4 or 5 minutes, and you can hear whatever you want. That's premium content, though, people. We're not just giving that away.
Well, are we then culpable for what we say off the air?
Of course you are. You kidding me?
Then you're going to have to filter. We're going to have to do some filtering.
Why? You think what we say is bad? What are you talking about, Dick? We're all saints around here.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
How nervous do you think Rich Moore would be if what was happening off the air went over the air? I'd be looking for a new job by about 7 o'clock tonight. All right, what's next, Travis?
Kraken. Cooked. Not going anywhere. Really disappointing after all the hype. This team is not making the playoffs. Time to blow it all up and start over.
Well, now we know how Texie says the Kraken, by the way. I didn't realize there's a Kraken. We've never had...
You've never had a Kraken text before?
First time ever?
Wow.
That doesn't... You put it in wrong.
I tried to get him to say Kraken.
You spelled it wrong.
I put
you didn't do it right.
A's in there.
All right.
Didn't work.
Well, here's the thing, man. I agree with the texter. Whoever it is, guy, gal, whatever. I think that Ron Francis has had plenty of chances. I know Botterill is the GM, but Francis is still there in name, and I don't know how influential the guy still is. But if I'm Todd Lywicki, if I'm Samantha Holloway, I'm starting to get a little impatient with this thing over there. Yeah. I mean, it's time to start turning into a playoff team, and half the damn league makes the playoffs. It's time to start turning into one consistently.
Long term, I definitely agree with you. Short term, I am going to still hold out hope on a team that is only 2 points out of the playoffs.
No, I'm not. So, I'm with you. I'm not done this year either. I'm just saying if they miss the playoffs.
Right, exactly. If they make the playoffs. But Texie's saying they're missing the playoffs. I mean, that would be like a 9-7 NFL team or an 8-7 NFL team, and Texie's like, there's no chance they can make the playoffs.
The problem is their schedule the rest of the way is brutal. Number one. Number two, instead of having 1 or 2 teams you're fighting for, it's now 6 teams that are fighting for that last playoff spot. There's 4 teams in the West that are separated by 4 points with 9 games to go, and their schedule's not very easy the rest of the way. So I could see why somebody would say, you know what, if I had to predict, I'd say they're in big trouble. I get it. This game tomorrow night, I mean, every game is huge. Every game for these guys.
To Lane Lambert's point, and he brought it up with us last hour, I mean, they lost 2 of those games in a shootout. Yeah. Shootouts are a complete craps roll. So they could have gone 3-3 on that road trip very easily.
But they didn't.
I know.
They didn't. I mean, maybe we can get to a point one day where the NHL, that's a great idea, Dick. Sometimes the best ideas are ones you just stumble upon. Let's start giving teams credit for things they almost did. Like have another column, right? Whatever. Like AW, almost wins. They led the league in almost wins. We got time for one more? No? One more? All right, one more. Go ahead.
Softy with Petros is the absolute best and worst segment in all of radio.
Yes, I agree. I think it's great and it sucks at the same time.
Travis, usually that comes in 2 separate texts. Usually the first text is, Softy and Petros is the greatest segment ever, and then the next text is, that is the worst 20 minutes of radio I could possibly listen to.
We got plenty of both.
Have you seen the movie One Battle After Another yet with DiCaprio? It's awesome, right?
It's great.
Have you seen it yet, by the way? Oh, dude, you got to get off your butt and see it.
All right.
It is tremendous. I don't know about you, Ogre, but I had a sensation watching that movie of rooting for and against again every character in that film.
Yeah.
Right? Like Sean Penn's character.
Multifaceted.
Oh, dude. Yeah. It's like you love him, and then you hate him, and you love him, and you hate him again.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. And that's how I felt about the Petros segment today. Like, the first part of it was fun, and then I was like, God, this kind of is getting annoying. But now it's fun again. It's just this roller coaster ride. So I get it.
Well, his dismissive nature on the Sonics news is
He was angry that we skipped him last week. He was mad that we skipped him. He says, no reason to skip me. There was nothing significant enough to skip me. So whatever. Stop crying. All right, we're going to break. Larry Stone will join next on 93.3 KJR FM.
FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a wet, rainy, windy Wednesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill.
More than anything, I want better execution. Are we clear on that? I want better execution.
Mariners need some better execution late in the game offensively. They fall to the New York Yankees 5-3. They win game 1 of the series and then drop the next 2. Now 3-4. George Kirby roughed up 6 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned, including a 3-run bomb to Paul Goldschmidt. The boys will now travel to L.A. for a 3-gamer with the Angels, followed by Texas next week on the road.
Kraken lose 3-0 to Edmonton, ending the road trip at 1-5. But if you count almost wins, they were 3-3.
Yes! See, that's how you do it. Almost wins, baby. NCAA Final Four is set for Saturday. Illinois, UConn, 9:50 a.m. and 93.3 FM. Then Michigan, Arizona, only on the AM side on Saturday night because we got hockey on Saturday. By the way, this just in, Bill Self announcing in the last hour, Dick, he is going to return to be the coach of the Kansas Jayhawks next year. Let's get to Larry Stone right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with legendary sports writer Larry Stone. Brought to you by the Ram Restaurant and Brewery. Bigger, better, and fresher since 1971. With 8 Puget Sound locations from Marysville to Lacey and everywhere in between. There's a Ram near you. Now with Softy and Dick, here's Larry Stone.
All right, here we go. Big thanks to our friends at the Ram. Maybe we should try and do a show one of these days at like the Kent location or whatever, because it feels like the only way we're going to get the Ram to give us free Ram food is by going to them. They're not coming to us.
Let's do it.
Right? Because the nearest location's in Kent. Is that correct?
To us, yes.
Right. All right. Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Set it up.
We want it close to our house.
Tell
the
you
answer
what,
is yes.
We'll have Larry Stone stop by and say hi in person. They'd be lining up for hours, man, to see Larry Stone in the flesh, baby. And here he is, our friend, courtesy of the Ram, legendary sports writer Larry Stone. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Can I request the Issaquah Ram if we're going to
100%. Yes.
I guess it would be up to Larry.
Yes,
technically.
You're in charge. We can do it at fine. We'll come to you. We'll make life easy on you,
well,
man.
You don't want to take 405 from Issaquah to Kent? That doesn't sound fun to you, Larry?
At 5 o'clock on Wednesday?
Sure, why not?
He'll be there by 9.
I think he'd rather go back to cover the Mariners full time than do that. Well, there's a lot to talk about. First week of the year's in the books, 3-4 on the year. We'll talk about the Yankees series in a minute, what you saw against the Guardians. But the big news is the Cole Emerson contract. Right? And there's this new phenomenon in baseball where teams just can't wait, right? It used to be we want to sign guys during their rookie year or after a year, like Wander Franco, Acuna, Tatis Jr., Julio. Now we're seeing minor leaguers that have never stepped foot on a Major League Baseball field getting hundreds of millions of dollars almost. I mean, what's next? Embryos, for God's sakes? How about this new phenomenon in baseball, man? What do you make of it?
Well, it's not that new. I mean, you can go back 10 years and find, Chris Bryant and some other people who did that. But the numbers have escalated upwards considerably. And, it's a calculated risk on both sides' part. If Colt Emerson turns into the star that the Mariners think he's going to be, they'll save millions of dollars on the back end of that contract by buying out 2 free agent years. And Colt, he'll cost himself that, but he also gets some security in case he basically flames out or becomes an Evan White and his career doesn't advance. He's got guaranteed almost $100 million. But I think from the Mariners' standpoint, it makes a lot of sense because they have full belief that he's going to be a star player. In which case, like I said, he's going to save him. They're going to save themselves tens of millions of dollars because he's not going to be making anywhere near to what the market says he should be earning if that happens.
Well, Larry, it kind of reminds me of the old NFL system. Remember Sam Bradford making 6 years, $78 million with $50 million guaranteed? I mean, they're just betting on the spec, kind of like the NFL used to be allowed to do.
Yeah, and when Evan White flamed out, it was $24 million, which is a lot of money, but it's not crippling.
Right.
In this case, that's some serious money if he doesn't pan out. But I just find it hard to imagine that he's not going to be at least a productive player. Maybe he won't turn out to be an all-star elite MVP caliber player, but I think he's going to be a starter kind of guy, a productive player, in which case it's going to be a good deal for them. And from Colts standpoint, even if he turns into an MVP caliber and he's not making what he should be, he's going to be eligible for free agency at the age of 28, and would stand to make the huge payday at that point. So he's getting security. He's getting about $100 million and a chance for a second payday.
Yeah.
So I understand why he did it. And Corbin Carroll did this, and I saw a quote from him today that he'd do it again because it just took all that off of his mind. He could concentrate on playing baseball. He didn't have to worry about arbitration and free agency and all that. Now he can just concentrate on being the best player he can be. And I think for some players, it's just kind of depends on what kind of person you are. Some players don't want to mess with that and just want to get that security and move on to other things.
And other guys want to bet on themselves, like Jared Kelnick.
Yep.
I mean, he was offered a big deal by the M's, and he said, take a hike. And I'm sure he regrets that every day of his life, for God's sakes. But Larry Stone's with us. So, Larry, the question now is, what's the plan for him, right? Like, I guess they can say all they want. We're not going to fast track him because of the contract, but he's got a contract. And it's got to be in the back of their mind that at some point they want to see this kid play. I do find it a little odd, not odd, but funny that on the same day they announced the deal with Colt Emerson that J.P. Crawford got his ass and was rehabbing in Tacoma to get back up here and play shortstop. But he's a free agent when the year's over. So what's the long-term plan for Colt Emerson? Shortstop, third base, down the road. What does it mean for J.P., Donovan, the whole thing?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how they integrate him. I mean, Jerry DiPoto yesterday said that shortstop is going to be JP's job this year. And so that would indicate that when Emerson comes up, he's going to play probably third base. And then they're going to turn Brendan Donovan into Ben Zobrist, move him all around, have him play some short or some second base, some left field, some right field, some third base, maybe some shortstop. And although I doubt they would do that. But you've got to get Brendan Donovan every day at bats. So if you sprinkle him around, it's going to cost a few other players some time off, but fewer at bats. But it's going to take some. It's going to take some clever maneuvering by Dan Wilson to make everybody happy and get everybody in there. Now, I mean, we'll see what happens with JP. I think a lot of people are quick to write him off and say, he's declining. They should just put Colt Emerson at shortstop. But I think people are undervaluing what JP means to the team. He was almost a 4-WAR player last year, had a good year last year. So, I don't think he's done by any means, but if he struggles and he's hitting 200 or something, maybe you just have to make the hard decision, the hard call, and tell him that his time as a starter is over and move Emerson there if he's thriving. But I think that will play out. But I expect him to be up probably, my guess would be the middle of May. Give him a month maybe at AAA and see how he's doing. And then at that point, if he's doing well and he's off to a good start already, I don't see any reason to leave him down there anymore. Bring him up, and he's another good player they could add to their lineup, and it should only make it stronger.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, guys, just real quick. So Emerson was playing shortstop for the first 3 games in Tacoma, and he's been playing at third the last 2 nights only because Crawford's there. So should we be keeping an eye on that? Like if Colt Emerson all of a sudden is playing third base full time in Tacoma, is that a sign? Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely a sign. He played a lot of third base in spring training exhibition games.
Yep.
So, I mean, he will, if JP is healthy, Emerson will be playing a lot of third base. So, I think it makes sense to have him play third down there. I don't think he'll play exclusively third. I think he'll play some shortstop, but I would watch that as well to see what he's doing down there. I would imagine he's going to switch back and forth between shortstop and third.
Larry, you mentioned Jerry DiPoto's conversation with the media yesterday. Were you surprised to hear him when he said there is not a likelihood that anything gets done this season with either Logan Gilbert or Brian Wu?
A little bit, yeah. I think they want to get something done. Logan now is close enough to free agency where I think he's just saying, all right, I might as well just test the waters and see what I can get. When you see some of the contracts that pitchers are getting, $200 million for a guy of his caliber, I'm not sure if the Mariners are willing to give him that. And Wu is the one that I think is the likeliest to re-up. I think George, there's some question about long-term, he's an East Coast guy from Rye, New York, whether he wants to commit to Seattle long-term. I think Logan loves it here and would commit for the right price, but it seems like they just can't agree on the price point. But Wu would seem like, at the stage of his career, West Coast guy, I would think he would be the guy that they're going to that is the likeliest. But you got to remember, they got two studs coming that they feel are going to be, mainstays in their rotation.
Yep.
And so, in
Sloan and Anderson, right? Yeah.
Sloan and Anderson. By next year, I think most people think they'll be in the rotation. So you have a little flexibility there that, if you don't lock those guys up, maybe you trade one of them, or you just have a lot of depth in the rotation. But I don't think there's that urgency to get all of them signed, because they have two young guys coming up the pipeline that could move into the rotation very soon.
Yeah. Well, the future feels like it's exciting for these guys. There's no question about that. I mean, Dick and I were talking on the air a couple segments ago about, Julio's kind of off to a slow start again, whatever, still waiting for some power from Cal Raleigh. But, if this little kind of thing with Julio continues into, mid-April, late April, and he's still not hitting like he's done for the last 4 years in a row, I mean, Dick kind of feels like maybe he's willing to give him a little bit of a break as long as he picks it up when the weather gets nicer. But how much he willing to kind of just overlook that, I guess, the slow starts by Julio Rodriguez?
Well, I mean, I think you have to, but it's very disappointing, I think, when, from the Mariners standpoint. That was the whole focus of spring training, was this was going to be the year that Julio got off to the better start, put the full year together, get that MVP caliber season that we all think is lurking within him. And it still could happen. I mean, we're 1 week in, he could have a great April still if he heats up starting now. But I mean, he's not looked good at the plate. He's 2 for 26 with 10 strikeouts. I mean, it's mind-boggling to me what the middle of the order has done for this first week of the season. 7 for 78. That's a 0.90 average with 30 strikeouts and 78 at bats. It's just unfathomable that those three guys would all struggle this badly together. I think that's the story of the young season so far. Just that those guys aren't hitting at all, and that the team, came very close to still having a winning record. With that being the case, which in kind of a perverse way is an encouraging sign. But as far as Julio, I just don't know what the answer is. I think at this point, it's probably in his head a little bit. He wants so badly to get off to that start, and the more that he's not producing, like today in the 8th inning with a perfect chance to produce with, they got back in the game with that hit by Cal. He's up there as the go-ahead run. He could have that big moment, and he struck out. It's I think this has been said before, but he just wants to be the guy so bad that I think sometimes he gets out of his comfort zone and gets antsy and that's not when he's at his best. It's when he's relaxed and confident, and it's sort of a catch-22. You need to get to that state of mind. You've got to produce, and when the longer you don't, the more you get away from it.
Do you attribute any of those numbers that you cited for the middle of the lineup to the World Baseball Classic?
I do, Dick. Mainly with Cal, I think. I think he was the one that was the hardest hit as far as not being able to prepare for the season. He only had a handful of at-bats for Team USA. They benched him for the last 2 games. From what I understand, it was hard to get cage time. There were 4 teams, 4 countries, I think, that were at each site. in Houston and Miami. So there was limited cage time, and he's a guy that likes his extra hitting and his work, and it was just hard for him to get that, and didn't have as many at bats as he usually has leading into the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I think that probably led him to be his timing to be off a little bit. There's pretty good signs that maybe that's coming back for him, but the strikeouts, he's striking out at a 60% rate right now, which is just unsustainable. So, he had two big hits in this series, which maybe bodes well for the future, but he still just doesn't look like Cal up there, and Naylor doesn't look like Naylor, and Julio doesn't look like Julio. So once that straightens out, I think everything else is going to kind of flow along with that.
If I just heard that little clip from you, I would think these guys were 1-6 or 0-7 on the year. I mean, Cal Raleigh's on pace to strike out like 400 times right now. I mean, it's bananas, man. So, and they're still hanging in there, getting phenomenal pitching for the most part. What do you make of what's going on with Logan? I mean, just a couple of un-Logan-like outings for him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, both of those outings he looked good, but just had a couple of lapses. That did him in, and I'm not too worried about that. He's still having trouble with his pitching efficiency. Hard time putting guys away, I think, and so the pitch count is mounting a little bit. But I'm not too worried about him. I think he just. From the eye test, I liked his stuff. I liked his presence and everything. I think, and just a couple of lapses that he can fix, and same with George today. I mean, George Kirby, his thing is not walking guys. He walked 3 guys today, and they all scored. And you just don't think that he's going to continue to do that. But I thought his stuff early in the game was just electric. So, and his first outing was good, and then. The first turn through the rotation I thought was spectacular. The way Hancock pitched and the way Castillo pitched and Wu and Kirby, the 4 of the 5, and then we talked about Logan. So I think the rotation looks really good right now. They just need to get the middle of the order going.
Larry, before we let you go, your first impressions of the ABS system, and will this be the straw that breaks C.B. Buckner's back? 6 overturned calls in a single game, and he had 26 missed calls in one game behind a plate.
Yeah, that's the one thought that's come to me is that the poor umpires have to announce these challenges and then watch to see how they screwed up for the world to see.
Right.
It's got to be a little humiliating for those guys. But on the other hand, you look like there was an overturn today where the ball touched the plate about a quarter of an inch, and I don't know how any human being could make that call correctly 100% of the time. On a 98-mile-an-hour fastball with movement, the margin is so. I think we're seeing the margin is so razor thin that that it's hard to fault the umpires in aggregate. Now, CB is a different story. He's been a bad umpire for a long time, but. I like the system. There's a little bit of a buzz in the ballpark. I went to the game last night with my wife, and every time there's a challenge, everybody kind of leans forward and to see what the result is going to be. It's pretty quick,
right?
And there's a lot of investment in the outcome, and I think that's good for baseball. And it's good to just be able to have a recourse for the egregiously bad calls, and then there's that element of strategy too about when you make your challenges. Like the Mariners were out of challenges today because they had 2 bad ones, that were overturned. That happened earlier this season. And so, you've got to be judicious in deciding when to do it so that you don't end up in a situation where it's the 9th inning and you don't have any challenges and there's a bad call and you can't do anything about it, because the whole point of this is to get rid of the bad calls
that
affect the outcome of games.
Would you go to the ABS system full time? Just let the thing call every pitch.
No, I don't think I would. I think it would disrupt the game Well, I guess if you're not doing challenges, I guess it would be
Yeah,
instantaneous.
there's no need for a challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, they can still call plays at the plate, things like that, but you just have a red light, green light, bing, bang, done. It's simple.
Yeah. Maybe I would get to that point, but I like the fact that this is kind of a mixture of still the human element, but also technology. Umpires still have a purpose back there. They're not just standing there to call plays at the plate. So, I mean, I think I would leave it the way it is. Maybe up it to 3 challenges instead of 2, so that you don't get stuck with a situation where you're out of challenges at the heart of the game. But for now, I might change my mind later. But for now, I think I would leave it the way it is.
Got it. All right, man. Great stuff. We will talk in a week, and we'll work on that Issaquah RAM remote for you. Okay? Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Larry.
All right.
All right.
Guys.
Larry Stone with us. Lots to get to, including fun with audio at 5:45. Why are the college basketball tournament ratings so high this year? Discuss it next on 93.3 KJR FM. To Duke Seafood Restaurants. I agree with my buddy Duke Moskrip there. Make it a Duke's night. DukeSeafood.com. Grab a table. The decks should be opening this weekend as long as the weather is nice, which it should be. Voted best decks in the Puget Sound many, many, many times. And don't forget to try that award-winning chowder with that soft, always free sourdough bread at Duke's. DukeSeafood.com. So you said it earlier today on the show, Dick, and on Twitter. People can complain about NIL all they want, but we've had enough data to know what it's done to both football and hoops ratings in college. So you're saying that NIL is the reason why ratings are so high for college football and for college basketball. Is that right?
I'm saying that NIL has created a situation where the Blue Bloods are advancing to the Final Fours. We had 4 number 1 seeds last year. We had a massive brand in UConn this year, and that's why the numbers are up. I mean, when we had a San Diego State Florida International Final Four, it was devastating to the ratings. Because people like upsets until they don't. And once you get into the Sweet 16 and beyond, people don't want upsets.
Well, that's interesting because a lot of people would think that NIL is giving teams that don't normally have an avenue to winning an avenue to win because they can go out and buy players like Indiana, for example, in college football. So, I mean, if you're telling me that the ratings are up because the best teams are playing and that's what people want to see, I can see that. I still think that the biggest reason why ratings are up, Dick, in college sports is because of gambling. And I think it's not even close. And look, there's no way of either one of us proving this, right? This is all just opinion-based. But I'll just give you an example. I'm down there in Vegas a couple weeks ago, and I'm watching the Iowa State-Tennessee State game. And it's late in the second half, and Iowa State's up by like 30. And I'm watching. You know why I'm watching? Because I'm getting 35. That's why I'm watching. And I wonder how many people are continuing to watch sporting events all over the country because of the gambling apps. I mean, you've got one. I've got one. They're getting sued now by the state of Washington, right? But they're more available now than ever before. I mean, everybody has access to a gambling app. Heck, they just redid the law. We're going to be able to go to the Emerald Queen Casino in September and bet on the Huskies and Cougars now. And Gonzaga. That just got changed, okay? Everybody has an app. So I just feel like there's way more reasons to continue watching these games than before because you got a couple of bucks on them. And I think there's going to be a generation of people, Dick, you know, the teenagers now, the 20-year-olds are going to grow up with gambling on their cell phones like kids in Great Britain have for years.
Yes.
With gambling
all
houses
around the world.
all over the place. Right. And people think this is the worst thing in the world for humanity. It's going to bring down society. I don't think that at all. I think people just, like anything, they just get used to it. So I feel like the gambling aspect is playing a bigger role. There's also this new thing that Wilner's been talking about. God, where is it? This new way that they're measuring ratings now for sports. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
It's called the big data thing that Nielsen's doing, where they're able to track every platform, bars and restaurants, things like that, streaming services. This launched in September of last year, I believe. So it's been out there for like 7 months. And they say that because of this new Nielsen rating system, sporting events are up between 5 and 10% all over the country because of this new way they're tracking stuff. So I think when you throw in everything you're talking about, there's probably reasons for everything playing a role.
Yeah, I think, and let's use one example that takes the gambling out of it.
Right.
Unless you found an app that you can gamble on which team is going to be which seed. It was the most watched selection show since 2014. And that tells me that there is more of an interest in the game itself than there has been. Yes. Maybe fostered by gambling, but you're not gambling on the selection show per se.
Well, if you can find a bookie that'll take it. Absolutely.
I don't think the masses are gambling on
gamble on anything, man. I mean, whatever you can get a guy to take a bet on, you can put money on it. But yeah, I mean, I just think, being involved with this now from a gambling perspective, a bracket perspective, there's just more interest in sports, period. There's more interest in sports. And the NIL thing, again, I think that NIL is good for college football and college basketball for a couple of reasons. One of which, I think, again, it gives teams that don't normally have a chance because of their history to get involved in the game. I mean, Indiana football is the perfect example, right? I mean, I know that SMU hasn't made a run towards the national championship, but the amount of money they've got down there, they might one day find themselves in the same boat as Indiana.
But we're
is.
not seeing that in
We're not seeing it in basketball for sure.
I mean,
we're seeing it in football a little bit, but not in basketball.
Still a Big Ten team. I mean, I do not believe.
Yeah, but you never saw this coming with Indiana.
No, of course
Never.
not. But they're still a Big Ten team. They're not McNeese State.
Yeah,
right?
But they were the worst team in the Big Ten.
Correct.
They were the worst team in the history of Division I football.
But I don't think Indiana football can be compared to mid-major basketball.
Right, I agree with that.
I don't think we can do that. And I do not believe we will see a mid-major team in the final. Outside, maybe Gonzaga. And I'm just going to say maybe Gonzaga. I don't think we'll see one for the next 10 years.
I do not
think we'll see a mid-major team because of NIL.
In what?
In basketball. Because of NIL.
In what?
In
the
Final Four.
In the Final Four,
Yes.
okay. Because you said in basketball. Like, what does that mean in basketball?
Before I said
the Final
basketball,
Four.
I said the Final Four.
So we will never see another FAU, for example. Nobody will do that in basketball.
Not for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. And that's bad, right? But for a lot of people, that's bad. I mean, for ratings, it's good because it gives you the best teams out there.
Great.
But for teams out there and fans out there of lower tiered teams, then they're like, why would we even be a part of this? Like, what's the point, right? What's the point of even doing this, man? So I think it's kind of hurting that aspect. I mean, there was always the rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poor. A lot of people screamed that when NIL got launched, and in some ways they're being proven right. They're being absolutely proven right that we're not seeing a lot of those mid-major programs anymore make runs in college basketball. You know, maybe you can see it a little bit more in football if you get the right person, but it's definitely not happening in college basketball at all. I mean, there is not one Cinderella that made the Sweet 16, right? I mean, Texas was an 11 seed, but they're not
Texas.
a Cinderella. They just had a bad regular season, right? I mean, Sean Miller's a really good coach, and he's going to kill it eventually long term, I think, in Austin. But I do think that the gambling, man, is just, it is such less a taboo now than it was 5 years ago. It's ridiculous, right? Like, you got the University of Washington has cut a deal with the Puyallup tribe of Indians, with the Emerald Queen. Can you ever imagine growing up thinking that a college would allow a Native American tribal group that runs a casino to advertise on their campus?
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. Like for years and years and years. Oh, we can't do this. This is horrible. This is awful. This will lead to terrible things, man. Like what? Nobody is seeing any of that. Like, what are we talking about? Right? I mean, people are smart. They're able to make decisions on their own. They don't need you looking over their shoulder telling them what they can and cannot do with their money.
I still remember this was probably 4 years ago, and I'm in Spokane with Dixon's basketball team, and I turn on the TV. And think about how striking this would be 4 years ago. And Drew Timme pops on the TV, and he says, "Hey, Drew Timme for Northern Quest Casino."
That's
and I
right.
was like, what in the hell are we doing? And now it's just like commonplace, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, man, I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it, but we do know that sports ratings are up, and the new rating system, maybe NIL forcing the cream to the top and not having people deal with teams that have no chance of winning and giving everybody great matchups. And then on top of that, obviously, the gambling aspect, everything's playing a role. But right now, the rights fees for TV rights, NFL, I mean, hell, the NFL may go back to CBS and say, you know what, you're $3 billion, not enough. We want more.
Exactly.
Honestly, it's ridiculous how much money they're getting now. All right, we're going to break. A little fun with audio next on 93.3 KJR FM. because I got hit by somebody. I wasn't that big of a sissy. But yeah, I mean, you're playing high school football and you got your jock on and your hip pads and thigh pads and your pants and you just go, whatever. Especially if it's raining and it's muddy already. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's different for football.
Early September could be a problem.
You couldn't do that for basketball. Trickle down your leg.
No, you can't do it in basketball.
That would not be good.
You imagine calling a basketball game. All right, 45-43, 2:05 left to go. That guy's leaking over there. What's going on there in the baseline, Bob? I don't know.
Mahler's dripping down his right leg.
We got a problem. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
MLB analyst Jim Bowden went on the Foul Territory show to give his take on the Mariners signing Colt Emerson to an 8-year deal, and he could not love the move anymore.
Yeah, so let's start with Colt Emerson. I think Jerry Dipoto and the Mariners did a really good job of tying up a future all-star shortstop. 8 years, $95 million. They got a club option that basically you control the player for 9 years. So I get 3 arbitration years and I get 3 free agent years at $130 million. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Might have another. Roman Anthony got 9 years, $130 million from Boston. Jackson Merrill got 9 years, $135 million from San Diego. Colt Emerson belongs in that conversation with those 2 players. He's going to be a star. And so the club wins these deals. They just do. As long as the player lives up anywhere close to how we kind of view that he's going to, they're going to win. And
well, it's funny because a deal like this comes down and I haven't heard anybody who doesn't like it. Everybody in baseball who covers baseball loves it.
Well, we all like him from a team perspective.
Right. It just makes total sense.
And I guess I understand it from a Colt Emerson sense, too. I mean, yes, you're potentially leaving a lot of money on the table. Yeah. But the security that you have in the near future, I mean, you're set. You're set for life, guaranteed. Even if you hit $330 for the next 8 years and you're worth $75 million a year, you're still set for life and you'll be able to get $75 million a year when this contract is over.
He's going to be 28 years old. It's only taken up 2, maybe 3 years of free agency. There's an option for a 3rd year that pays him a lot of money, by the way. I think it takes the value to like $130 million bucks. So I would do it if I were him. You can argue, wait, see what happens. You could have argued Jackson Smith and Jigba should have waited maybe another year, see what happens. Football is different than baseball because football, you can get knocked out and your career's over on one play. Baseball's usually not like that. But if I'm Colt Emerson's agent or I'm his dad and they approach me and said, hey, what do you think? I'd say sign it. Do it.
Yes.
Take it. By the way, you realize he is now the 13th highest paid shortstop in baseball based on average annual value.
Is that right?
You know who's number 12 in front of him? Wander Franco, who might be going to prison, by the way.
Wow.
Right? So let's hope that doesn't mean anything.
How much did Kelnick turn down?
$100 million is the rumor. That's the rumor. There was a report about that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he regrets it every day of his life. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
I don't listen to you often because you're not interesting.
Let me try that again. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Today, during the Rangers-Orioles game, MLB history was made for the first time ever. A baseball game has ended with a successful ABS challenge. Here is the call on MASN.
Like that. Oh, Basayo's going to challenge. Yep. Well, why not? We have not seen a challenge end a game yet. ABS powered by T-Mobile. Basayo for the win. Yes! The first ever ABS challenge to end a game here at Oriole Park.
That's a good call.
That was a great call. It's just so odd now that when something like that happens, all of us are going to look to the Jumbotron and within seconds, yes, or damn it, right? We're going to find out right away if it was the right call or the wrong call. Now, instead of having a umpire make a call, right, we're going to be looking to a monitor to see if the ball actually hit the box or not. And there's a part of me that's a little bit kind of uneasy about that. But I think like anything, Dick, we're going to get used to this.
Well, for the first time I ever saw it was in an Aussie rules football game about 7 or 8 years ago. And they had, I was like, what is going on? And they actually had advertising. I remember it was Harvey Norman. It was like a furniture store. And it was the Harvey Norman replay. And it would spin. and you'd wait for it to stop spinning, and it would either say try, or it was a rugby game, either say try or no try.
Right.
It was awesome. I was like, this is great. We got to get this in the States. And finally we got it.
Yeah, I think that's just it's gonna get expanded, guys. If you hate it now, you're gonna hate it even more in the next 5 to 10 years because they're gonna use this more and more and more and more. There's just no reason not to, right? Like I made the analogy with Hugh the other day to an NBA basketball player that's playing 38 minutes a game, leading the league in minutes played, right? Well, why is he not playing 48? Because he's human and needs a blow. So when they take him off the court for those 10 minutes, they go to a lesser option, right? Well, baseball doesn't need to go to the lesser option because they can play their starter the entire game, and it's called ABS, and use the robot over and over and over again. So if you're going to use this machine to give you the right call when somebody asks for it, why not use the machine to just give you the right call every play?
I didn't watch.
And be done with it.
I didn't watch all the Mariners games when I was gone, but it seemed like the Mariners were never challenging anything. And I watched Aaron Boone challenge 5 calls in a row and get them all right in like 3 innings.
Yankees had a bunch of them early in the game, I think, yesterday, and they were right. They were 4 for 4. I mean, what I like about it, and I didn't realize this was going to be the case, guys. I like how fast it goes.
Yes.
Like, it's not like we're waiting 2 minutes or even 30 seconds. It's, hey, right call, wrong call. It's instantaneous. So I'm with you. I mean, I did not think I'd be with you because I like the human element like Larry Stone does, but I would be in favor of maybe upping this from 2 to 4 and then maybe from 4 to 5 and then maybe seeing down the road how people feel about just doing this system all the time. We'll get a break. Mike Florio coming up around 6:30 tonight on 93.3 KJR FM. It's on Softy Dick Jackson, no Jackson. Travis Moger, the Ogre, in for Jackson Feltz, doing a hell of a job, by the way. For you Jackson fans out there, he's back on Friday, all right? I think he's putting up some video from his trip to Friday Harbor on Instagram for those that are really up to date with the Jackson Feltz drama.
Jackson
you can
Heads.
follow him there, exactly. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frostbird Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
How dumb can I be? Look at an injury report, Jackson.
Speaking of Jackson, Kraken, by the way, 3-0 loss to Edmonton last night, 32-30-11. Now 2 points out of the number 8 spot with 9 to play. 6 teams, by the way, are within 4 points of each other in the wild card chase in the Western Conference. The guys are back tomorrow. They'll host Utah, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock face-off. Lane Lambert joining us at 6:45 tonight, by the way.
You can chalk up another milestone for LeBron James as he has passed Kareem for the winningest player in NBA history with 1,229 wins.
Tiger Woods announcing yesterday that he's stepping away from golf today. A Florida judge granted Tiger's request to travel outside the U.S. to receive treatment. His lawyers say there's no way he can do that here because of the lack of privacy he's receiving right now.
Steph Curry aiming for a return to play on Sunday with his Warriors currently sitting in the play-in spot in the Western Conference.
Mariners, by the way, did play already today. They lost to the Yankees 5-3 after a 5-0 loss last night. George Kirby roughed up a little bit, 6 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 6 Ks, including a 3-run bomb to Paul Goldschmidt. The boys are on the road this weekend at the Angels and then head to the Rangers in Arlington next week. All right, let's keep it going here on 93.3 KJR FM. Mike Florio, thank you. Travis will join us coming up about 6:30 tonight. Do we have the Mark Spears clip ready to go, by the way?
Ready. Yep.
Yeah, find that, because did you hear this today?
I heard
Mark
Ian
James
talking about it, but I didn't hear the clip.
A lot of hubbub about it, by the way. There's a big kerfuffle over Mark Spears.
A rhubarb?
Yeah, well, not a rhubarb. A rhubarb is more of a fight, right?
Yeah,
A
like
kerfuffle is just more of like,
Hullabaloo?
Yeah, there you go. A little hullabaloo. A little controversy about, Mark Spears getting everybody's feathers in a bunch, if you will. How many different cliches can we mention here on the radio station in one segment? Text in your favorite one to 49451 right now. Mark Spears, who used to work for ESPN. Do I have that right, Mark Spears? No idea what he's doing now. No idea. But he was on with Mark James today, and I did not hear this until Ian played it on his show. He was asked by MJ, apparently, what could potentially derail the Sonics from returning to Seattle. Here's what Mark Spears had to say.
I just, wonder, is that building initial place where they play, or is it home? I would guess that a new owner may want a better venue than that. I mean, it's fine, but when you go visit places like the Intuit Dome and Chase Center and, some of the newer places, not only in just the NBA, but in like sports in general, I think there probably needs to be an upgrade in that regard. Perhaps even something with more parking, easier accessible. It's basically the same place, just upgraded a little bit, right? But
actually, you know what, Mark? I thought the same thing. I've been here a year, but no, it's a complete. Yes, it's in the same place. It's a completely different building, though. Everything is modernized. Like everything is state of the art.
But it ain't Chase. That city is amazing.
Yep.
Maybe I'm just envisioning some arena center downtown. That would be dope.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this.
Something brand new, something sparkly. Like, it's cool. I just think I've just been so enamored with the Intuit Dome and Chase and stuff like that. I just feel like Seattle deserves something more top tier.
Okay, so I just think it's another Occam's razor moment here, Dick. He doesn't know we have a new arena. End of story. Period. I mean, and sometimes you get things wrong. Sometimes you're not paying attention, right? For guys that cover this thing from a national perspective, I get it. There's a lot going on, right? There's 30 teams in the NBA. I mean, he's a national guy, not a local guy. And I just think either A, he had a total brain fart, or B, he just doesn't know that we have a new arena in Seattle. Or C, there's another agenda there, which who knows what that is. But I heard that, and I'm like, all right, the guy just doesn't know that we have a brand new arena because he's talking like he's describing the old Key Arena. That's what he's talking like, right? I mean, I've been to Chase Center. You've been to Chase Center. And I said this even that night and on the air the next day at the Super Bowl. I think the inside of Climate Pledge Arena is nicer than the Chase Center. I like what they have with that big Jumbotron outside where you can watch the game and kind of the, what's the common area there?
Yeah.
What would you call that area?
I don't remember.
Whatever it's called, right? There's that big gathering area.
It's beautiful with all the screens and everything.
Phenomenal, right? And they could do something like that if they wanted to at Climate Pledge Arena. But I think it's obvious that it's a guy that just forgot that there's a brand new arena, period.
Well, it's obvious that he didn't listen to a word that I told him in the 20-minute conversation I had with Mark Spears on that night at Chase Center that you were referencing. I literally, the entire halftime, talked to Mark Spears about expansion.
Yeah.
It was me and Mark Spears and Mark James. It was the three of us. And we were talking about expansion. And we were telling him about the brand freaking new Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. And the only thing he wanted to talk about, and this is where your word agenda comes in, and I think you're exactly right. All he wanted to talk about was Mexico City.
So he wants to go to Mexico.
He was like, the NBA should go to Mexico.
Yeah.
Mexico City would be perfect. Blah, blah. I was like, why would the NBA want to go to Mexico ahead of Seattle? And
because he wants to go to Mexico.
He wants to go.
He wants to cover a team in Mexico. I don't blame the guy. I'd rather go there than here.
He was so concerned with telling me and Mark James about Mexico City for 20 minutes that he forgot everything that we told him about Climate Pledge Arena, and then he made him look like a fool on Mark's show today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you're not saying that he should just sit there and just whatever you tell him he should run with. He's a big boy. He can do his own homework. But you're reminding him that there's a new arena.
I told him that it was a brand new arena. Because I think I even remember having the conversation where he was like, well, you guys don't really have an arena. We were like, no, we have an arena. I remember the conversation that we had with him.
Well, clearly he wasn't paying attention to you, number one. And number two, he doesn't, no disrespect to you or MJ, but he shouldn't need you or MJ to tell him there's a new arena in Seattle.
That's correct.
The guy covers the NBA for a living, right? There's not a new arena built every single year in the NBA. And when this one went up, it was the last remaining hurdle, obviously, in a lot of ways, to getting a team back in Seattle. So, like, when I heard Ian play this clip today, Dick, I thought Mark Spears would come on the air and say something like, you know what? There's still a lot of owners out there that aren't in favor of this. They don't think cutting this up 2 more slices is worth it. I've heard from owners. I've looked at the numbers, and they need to be blown out of the water with an offer to say yes. Okay, fine. Whatever. Like, that was Millen's point yesterday on the show. We got into a big argument about, what percentages, and I'm in the 90s, and he's in the 60s. Anders was in the 70s. I don't know where you are, but I think you're probably closer to me, right?
I'm almost at 100.
Right.
If
So
not 100.
I just think this. I think that Hugh's point yesterday was logical. It was spot on. I could see it happening where if you're one of 5 or 6 NBA owners that are potentially not in favor of expansion, and Adam Silver and the other owners come to you and say, hey, you know what? Let's just see what's out there. Let's officially put this up for sale, right? Let's put the listing up on eBay and let's see what we get. And the owner says, all right, fine. I'm not really for it, but for giggles, fine. Let's just see what's out there. And so there might be a few owners that are saying, you know what? I am not in favor of expansion, but I'll do it if we can get $10 billion. Right? Or even more than that, if we can get a bidding war going with multiple, ownership groups. Sorry. If we can get multiple ownership groups to bid on this and we, lock him in a closet and make him go, one-on-one and give us the best number you got, then great. So I get Hugh's point. I do believe, though, that this is way further down the road than people are letting on. When the NBA and Silver come out and say, we're going to take bids, I think they know what the bids are.
Yes.
I think they know who the bids are going to come from. And I think they know when they're going to get them. I think it's way further down the road than the NBA let on. But they can't do that. They can't go out and say, we already have a bidder, nobody even bother, right? They'd probably get sued by somebody for doing something like that.
I think there's a large group of people in the city that are being skeptical for skeptical's sake and they have a right to do that. But I think in the process of doing that, they are ignoring things like what you just mentioned. The facts of the matter, that they're not just, it's not just an investigative process anymore. It might have been an investigative process 2 years ago,
right?
But it's not an investigative process anymore.
Well, I think especially when you come out and you say it's Vegas and Seattle, right? Like, this is not like we're going to open this up for 2 expansion teams and, hey, let's see what's out there. Let's see what city wants to get involved, man. Anybody who's anybody from anywhere, feel free to step on up and give us your best offer. No, I mean, they have whittled this thing down to 2 towns. So, look, again, could the rug be pulled out from underneath us? Sure. Do I expect that to happen? No, I don't. And maybe one of the reasons why I'm going as far as I am with this is maybe because of wishful thinking. Maybe subconsciously that's exactly why. But I also think there's a lot of logical reasons and a lot of, evidence behind the scenes. I mean, hell, Todd Lightwicki was on the show when you were gone.
Yeah, what was his quote?
Last week, and I asked him flat out, because if there's anybody out there who's going to know whether or not it's time to unleash the beast, meaning the fans, right? Like, how much this will break our heart, Todd, if this doesn't happen. You know how pissed off people will be, Todd, if this doesn't happen. You know how fragile this is. There's a lot of people out there, and I'm one of them, where if it doesn't happen this time around, may just say the hell with it forever. This would be the ultimate tease. This would be
the ultimate.
And so I asked Lightwicki on the air last week. I said, you tell us, we'll follow your lead. Can we start to get excited about this? And he said, absolutely. Those were his words.
All I need to know.
So I factor that in. I factor in the fact that it's only Vegas and Seattle. I factor in the idea that Samantha Holloway just purchased controlling interest in CPA and formed a company, one roof to manage this whole freaking thing. I don't think the timing of that was coincidental at all. I think there's just way too much smoke out there, Dick, that says this is going to happen.
What have been yes, Sacramento was a big tease because it literally, there was a,
right.
MOI sign,
correct,
right? Or an MOU sign.
Correct, right.
So that was, but since then,
yeah.
What has been I can't think of a real tease. And people say, oh, yeah, we've had the rug pulled from under us 5, 6 times. Like, I help me out.
I just think it's the expansion talk.
When was the rug pulled out from under us in the last decade?
That is in the eye of the beholder, what is a tease and what is not, right? Like, you and I may think of, hey, a tease is something different than what you think a tease is. A fan may say, well, I thought I read about expansion, and that's good enough for them. Or I thought I read about them announcing expansion. Like, we thought, both you and I did, for example, thought that they would announce something by the end of last year.
Right.
And now it's into 2026.
Because of the Lakers and the Boston sale.
Correct.
Particularly the Boston sale.
The Portland thing, whatever. So there's been kind of little mile markers here and there where people kind of, I think some folks expected, all right, here we go. Now we're going to get some news. Now we're going to start to move forward.
But the first time Silver gave us a date was this year.
Right, but
he never gave us a date before, right?
Again, what I'm saying to you is that what you think is something that is worthy of reacting to, somebody else may react to something else that you think is insignificant. That's my whole point. So the idea that somebody says, I've been teased by them, or they've been, really dangling this out there for a long time, that's up to somebody else for interpretation. There's no black and white there.
Right.
Right? Like, I could see, again, how somebody would be reading an article or reading into a Board of Governors meeting, or thinking that when the Boston thing came down, okay, we're next. And here we are now a year later, and it hasn't happened yet. So people just approach this totally differently.
Right.
And so I get it. I don't think that. I'm kind of more on your side that the big key was getting the arena done. And now that the arena's done, this has been a little slower than I would have liked, but it's not way off path either.
Well, I had a conversation with Levine the other day, and Levine's been seemingly on the more
Aaron Levine, you're saying
Levine
okay,
from Fox, and I think he's been more on the skeptical, cynical side. And I said, hey, is it wrong for me to say that there was no place to play until 4.5 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
So, but people say, oh, we've been yanked and jerked around for 18 years.
Yeah.
My comment is this. No, It's been 4 years that we've been waiting for a basketball.
Well, that's the way you feel, but why can't somebody else feel differently?
Well, because there was no place to play.
But Dick, this is not fact or fiction. This is just a matter of opinion.
But the NBA knows that there was no place to play. So I guess that's what I don't understand is like if there's no place to play in Seattle,
right?
There was
a place to play temporarily called Key Arena.
Temporarily,
they could have moved a team here, and they could have put them at Key Arena in the interim.
Correct.
Okay, but
there was no place for an expansion franchise to come to.
Why not? Why can't an expansion franchise go to Key Arena for 3 years while they build a new arena in Soto? Right? I mean, again, this is the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I mean, this is logical. It makes you're being rational. But there were other people out there who felt like, hey, the NBA could have acted on this a lot quicker than they did. People also could argue, I could see somebody saying something like, well, they could have led the charge on this whole thing. If they really wanted to go back to Seattle, they could have gone out of their way to find an owner, to build an arena, or to put a basketball team in Seattle, and they showed no interest in that. David Stern showed a lot of interest in saving Sacramento, so much to a point where he went and got Vivek Ranadive, who was a part owner of the Warriors, to buy the Kings and leave them there, okay? So I could see how a fan could say, why didn't the NBA do that for us? Why didn't the NBA 10 years ago start to kind of snoop around and find investors to build an arena and buy a team and put them back in Seattle? Why didn't they do for us what they did for Sacramento?
Because David Stern was offended by local politicians
but
in the state, and he had Kevin Johnson in Sacramento.
But that pisses people off still. People are pissed at David Stern.
But David Stern is no longer with us.
Yeah, but he was for a majority of this run. When did he pass away? How many years ago? Like 8, 9 years ago, whatever it was?
Yeah, 8 to 10 years ago.
But he was around for a decent chunk of it. I mean, this 18 years that we've had off, he was around for a lot of it. I just think this is, for me, Dick, this is one of those stories and one of those conversations
5.5 years ago.
Yeah, where there's,
or excuse me, 6.5
this is
years
not
ago.
like we're sitting around going, well, this is absolutely incorrect. This is absolutely correct. People have different ideas of what the NBA should have done for us. They have different ideas of what is a tease, quote unquote. Again, you know, the idea that we finally have an arena takes everything off the table. Now there's no excuses whatsoever.
That's right.
But they absolutely could have put a team in Key Arena and had them play there until the new spot was ready.
Well,
and they chose not to.
As long as we're on the same team now, and as long as we can let bygones be bygones.
Yes, yes.
And root for the team.
Well, I think a lot of people might be pissed off at first, but so what?
I think
Let him be mad.
If Adam Silver brings a team back here, then every bit of anger and hatred you have towards David Stern, you should have that much reverence for Adam Silver.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of people, Dick, and I don't know how sincere they'll be in their belief, and I don't know if they'll actually act on it or not. But there's going to be a lot of people, and there still are a lot of people that will never forgive professional basketball for what they did to us. Never.
But wouldn't they have done the same thing if they were the owner of the Houston Rockets in 2008 and they had no financial viability here and no owner here? I mean, wouldn't you have done the same thing if you were the owner of the Memphis Grizzlies?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Voting for the move to Oklahoma City.
Well, yeah, but that's not us. We're not in Houston. We're in Seattle.
Right, but what I'm saying
This is the issue that I think that you and I have at the root of this conversation. It's terrible that we're bringing this up now because we have to break in like 2 minutes, by the way. Do you not understand that there's people out there that are permanently scarred by the fact that we have not had basketball here for 20 years?
Yes, but I don't understand why they're mad at the entity that is the NBA, which is essentially the other 30 owners. Because the other 30 owners, and that's what I'm saying, is if you put yourself into their shoes.
Yeah.
Because they would not, if they wanted to move a team, they would not want the other owners to block their move of a basketball team. And it was a simply financial and freedom deal for those owners that I think 99% of all Sonic fans, if put in their place, would have voted for the move. They would have voted for the move too.
But they weren't in their place. They were in the place of a Sonic fan. And they were the ones that got screwed.
Right, they were.
I don't understand how you don't understand that there's people here that are just pissed off at basketball. They hate what the NBA did. They hate that they robbed us of 18 years. They hate that they robbed us of going to games with their kids and their parents, and they're never going to forgive them, ever. Doesn't matter what we would have done if we would have been in different shoes. All that matters is what happened. And what happened is, according to a lot of people, we got effed by the NBA, and they're going to have a hard time getting over that. So, I don't know. I see it. I absolutely see it.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm angry at the politicians and Howard Schultz.
Yeah, but you got
that's almost 100% of the anger that I have in this whole situation.
Yeah, and people don't agree with you, man. There's a lot of people that are pissed off at basketball, whether fair or rational or not. Doesn't matter. Yeah. We're going to break. Mike Florio and then Kraken Weekly at 7 on 93.3 KJR FM.